Okay. What are you trying to tell me, Streamlabs? Nothing. Hey, Frog Mage. Hope you're doing well today. I'm just kind of doing my final sound check here. But how you been? Oh, before I forget, because this is going to be annoying, I had to start live split again from scratch, so let me reset all of the hotkeys because that's a thing that I have to do. Okay, that should be fine. Didn't hear any of that because I had an ad. Me too. I always have to listen to ads on my own channel just to make sure that the audio is working. So I also couldn't hear myself. But how are you doing is basically what I said. I said that I hope that you're doing good. Hey, Shadow Tash. Thank you for the good luck. Hope you're feeling a little bit better today. So no resets. I really do not have time for resets because we're doing Shadow of the Colossus after this. It's going to be such a long stream, so we're just kind of living with this. I feel that, Frog Mage. I was a little bit disappointed with the linguistics education that I got for my master's as well. So, yeah, for real, Shadow Tash, congrats. Now that you've gotten it once, I bet that it'll become a lot easier. Not that it ever becomes, like, truly easy, but, you know. Drake, are you gonna eat that, buddy? The whole point was for you to eat that a little bit faster than you were. Like, all of the camera manip and everything was to get Trico to eat fast? Alright, I wanted that to hit him in the face. It didn't, but hitting him in the face like that will kind of pop him out of looking at you for the second time, so not a big deal. It's just kind of a lucky thing if it happens. Turn your head. Thank you. No, don't pet him, Dingleberry. Hey, Zerclips, thanks for the good luck. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, resetting checkpoints is normally like just fine for, you know, practicing things, but every now and then the checkpoint is kind of in a weird spot, Shadow Tash, and I'm sure that you know this, having to reset checkpoints, that you basically only get one practice per run if you don't have a USB, because you practice the thing and then you do it, and then the checkpoint is after you practice the thing. Because even like White Tower, you know, if you want to test any other way to get across, like if you want to test just jumping off of Trico's face and trying to land up where the eyeballs are, which you can't do as far as I'm aware, as soon as you miss, you trigger the checkpoint, so you literally have to have the USB. ever going to get this jump off of this rock? I've done it in practice. You know, I've done it before, it's just never in a run. Well, that's not true. I had one run a long time ago, back when my PB was like 340 something, that I did this in a run. See, like, that's so close, but he just doesn't want to grab. And I say, you know, back when my PB was 340, as I'm running against 330 splits, so it doesn't seem like that big of a difference, but my PB is actually 319 now, so it's quite a long time ago. Yeah, I really wish that this game had, you know, save states, checkpoint loading, like from a main menu, anything. That would be really nice. But I guess, kind of by the same token, if you're a developer looking at this game, why would you put that in, right? It's a story-based game that's very linear, so... Oh, but I guess they have them for Inside, too, which is exactly the same. A linear story game. Yeah, that's definitely true. It doesn't really hurt anything to have it as an unlockable once you beat the game. I mean, I guess the only thing it hurts is you have to put in more effort, right, to make that. And I don't make games, so I don't actually know how hard it is to make a little menu like that. And I did intentionally, by the way, jump off onto Trico's face. Like that was on purpose. Trico, thank you. I've been doing a lot more practice on this little run up here. It only saves about a second or so to be a bit more optimized, but I've been giving it a go. Just like making sure that I know where the checkpoint is here for the reset. So yeah, we saved just a smidge. That was a fail, that's okay. Actually, kind of prefer that, to be honest. Because if you land on this and do the fall damage cancel, Trico's really slow to shoot with his tail. I say as I'm just standing here and he's not doing anything. Yeah, I can't imagine that either. There had to be some, you know, some method for the devs to get in, or for playtesters to get in, or whatever. But... And I'm going mostly based on my knowledge of, like, Spyro, right? If you glitch the game in the right way, you can actually get to that tool. The devs, like, playtest tool. But that requires going out of bounds. And I don't know why it's just sitting out of bounds. in Spyro? And would that also be true in The Last Guardian, that it's just literally a physical object sitting out of bounds? Probably not, because in Spyro, the reason that you can do it is because it's a balloon. Like, there's already an in-game mechanic that takes you to different places, and there's not such a thing in The Last Guardian, so it has to be probably not like a physical manifestation of something, which would make it harder to access. Or, like, manipulate or whatever. Why am I tanking so many frames? That's awesome. Really? A dev room that had, like, every item in the game? I wonder why that exists. I mean, again, is it just literally because, you know, you, as a developer, you don't want to have to go through a ton of effort to look at stuff? Probably, right? But yeah, the whole reason that we can skip through the game in Spyro is because the physical balloon that you would normally be able to interact with is also a special dev balloon, it's just out of bounds. But since there is no such thing that would let you move in this game, it would have to be just you putting it in debug mode, right? Because if you have a very specific firmware of PlayStation, you can do things like walk in air in this game. So maybe, like, that would be a thing, but why would the dev's ability to get into the game be reliant on a specific firmware of the PlayStation, right? I tried. Always worth it. Because that's what you want to do. You want to be able to take a leaping jump onto that chain. But I'll be careful this time. I hate that jump so much. I think all of us do. Okay, I am not risking it. Let's just get on this thing. I'm not risking this one either. This one actually is a little bit harder, I would say, so. That's gonna put Trico in kind of a less favorable position, because we're not quite ahead of him as much as we would want to be, but that's alright. That was a good shot, though. He was ready. So we'll lose time on this split, but that's alright. I mean, if you know anything about this game, you know that there are wild time swings at any point. For today, my goal is just kind of sub 225. That would be, you know, fairly decent time. Oh, Trico, buddy! Good job! You actually kind of ended up exactly where— Trico, stop. Where I wanted you. That was much better than that had any right to be, given how we came across the chain. Beginning of the game is the hardest. I would agree, Shadowtash. I would agree that as far as optimization of a speedrun goes, beginning of the game is actually pretty tricky. Because you don't have control of Trico. You know, you don't have commands to tell him what to do yet, so... You just kind of have to rely on him to do his own thing. Oh, nice. Drake's buddy, could you move your head? Alright, so that whole little section actually went fairly decently. Got stuck a little bit right there, but... So yeah, we'll lose time, but we won't lose all of it, which is actually kind of a big deal, given that we took a death, so... I am certainly happy with that. Also, for those of you who are usually here for The Last Guardian, you may notice that I finally cranked the brightness so that you could actually see what was happening. I have the brightness in my game turned all the way up, but I actually needed to hit it on OBS too. Because I was realizing that there were a lot of places where you who were watching couldn't see things very clearly, so... Hopefully now the game is a bit brighter for you. It might be a little washed out in the whiter spots, but you might actually be able to see, you know, dark room and things like that, so... Yeah, I so wish that we could get rid of the button prompts, Shadowtash. I don't really understand the developer's obsession with giving you those prompts all the time. Like, once you get more than 30 minutes into the game, you shouldn't really need those anymore. You know, I'm fighting the final boss and you're telling me how to climb. We should be over that by then. And sometimes, once it gives you the prompt, if you just do it, like, a ton, all at once, it'll stop giving you that prompt. But in what world do speedrunners have time for that? And that doesn't always work. Alright, so we'll see if Trico got stuck. If he got stuck, it's the automatic 45-second loss that we will basically just immediately make back. I hope. It's kind of seeming like he's stuck, because we should... Oh, there's his shadow. I was going to say, we should start seeing his shadow right about now. So good, he didn't. Maybe we're finally overcoming that. Because him getting stuck there is a totally, like, completely recent development. It didn't happen for more than a year for me, and then just suddenly it started happening, so... Hopefully we're kind of conquering that. Is actually a time save? Really? Wow, that went really well. The little bit of time loss or time save at Broken Door is usually just how fast I reach my hand down to split. It's pretty consistent. If I felt like being Mimi, I could totally do the skip this upcoming armor cutscene thing. But if it fails, it's a ton of time. It's probably going to fail because the game needs to realize that it needs to open a door, and it very rarely does that, so not really worth it in like an actual speedrun. Because basically, if you've never seen what happens, we're about to go like forward, and then we'll trigger a cutscene that shows armor, just to show you like what the enemies of the game are. And you crawl underneath them and go around kind of in a U shape and come back to where you were. You can jump to the left and skip that entire cutscene and all of the climbing and just end up where you would pop out. But the problem is that if you do that, when you pull the lever to open the door doesn't open. Usually. It makes the sound of opening, but visually it doesn't open. So the jump is super risky and very challenging, and the door probably won't open. And if it doesn't, we start right here with this cutscene, so it's really not worth it. Yeah, drawbridge skip Shadow Dash is actually, like, of the things that you could learn in the speedrun, it's not too bad as far as difficulty, and really good time save strategy, so that's a good thing to focus on. As with, you know, most skips in this game, getting it the first time is definitely the hardest, and then after that, it becomes a lot easier. Shadow Dash, are you gonna try for the meeting Trico in the air drawbridge skip, or the hop onto the top of the drawbridge? Or I guess you can also hop to the left. That's also another viable option. Like, you can hop to the left and then down onto the platform. Also, do excuse the occasional popping from my mic. I know it's annoying, but I think it has something to do with the drivers. I need to troubleshoot it and figure out why that's happening. A lot of people said that if you have Windows 10, that's just a common thing that happens with this mic, so I'm trying to fix it, but I feel that, Shadow Dash. Bonking off of his head, thankfully, the majority of the time when I did that and I bonked off of his head, I was lucky and I just landed on his shoulders. But yeah, that's definitely... You're at much higher risk of bonking... Oh, I just really want him to go forward. Of bonking off of his head and falling to your death than you are, like, missing him entirely. You know, not meeting him at all. Alright, it's gonna be hard to get Trico this way, but there's no way I can go and get those helmets, so... Come on, buddy. Focus. Focus. Hi. Hey, hey. You're almost there, dude. Hey. Come on. Come on. Look. Look. There you go. Good job. Alright, that was not the worst. Plus a good jump onto this scaffolding, so we'll save time for sure. Hey, Trico! Good job, dude! Wow, that was a fast turn for him. Yeah, Eye in the Sky. The one where you, like, hop sideways off of that place that you're not supposed to be standing. That one's always, like, stressful, even though the backup is really safe. I also really like that one. Tricks, buddy, don't get stuck, okay? He didn't... For this pre-script, he's supposed to go around the back of that thing, and you can see him kind of being like, I didn't do that, so now I'm confused. But, thankfully he's also kind of on a timer, so he fixed it himself. Alright, I'm gonna hop up on Trico and basically just hope he doesn't break. And he didn't, so that's good. That is another improvement that I have no control over. He didn't get stuck in his loop there. Oof. Is this gonna work? We might not have triggered the... Okay, it worked. If you fall too close to the pillars, sometimes the checkpoint won't trigger. And we would have actually had to go back before Trico even hopped up. So. Oh, Trico! Dude. Buddy, you're kind of being a little bit of a troll right now. Could you stop? Camera, please. I'm never particularly disappointed when I don't get Vine Skip, because even if you do actually land on the roof and get Vine Skip, you still have to do the whole thing with the jug and hope that you get that on the first try. And then once you get that, you don't have this reset anymore. It's really kind of super annoying for the sake of, 10 seconds or whatever. Also, you might not see Morty move around too much today. He hasn't been feeling good. He was shedding yesterday, which always makes lizards pretty grumpy. But, like, even on top of that, he hasn't been feeling too good. He's in this weird spot, Shadow Tash, where he wants to go down for the winter. He wants to brumate, but he's not quite ready yet. So he's getting a little sluggish, but he hasn't fully, like, burrowed down. Plus he's being grumpy because when I ordered them food, I ordered them goose this time, just to keep things a little bit varied. And apparently nobody likes goose. So all of the reptiles have been like, you're not giving me my favorite food, I'm gonna be a butthead. You know? Just like a dog when you get a different brand of food and they get grumpy about it. Oh, he's going. I got kind of stuck and was not expecting him to be going like right then. That was the fastest he's ever made that jump. Little boy, get around the outside, please. There we go. So that was a little messy, but you know, we're up here. We're still gonna end up being ahead. Well, that was a pretty good grab. We shouldn't really get shaken, even if he chooses to shake. Which he didn't, so. Not a particular fan of the fact that we fell down there, but there's nothing we could do. Sometimes the boy just lands on something and then decides to fall. So. So overall, I'd say we can be real happy with that. You know, barring getting caught by these guys or anything. Which, I genuinely don't even remember the last time I was ever caught by these guys, so. We've got massive time save here if Trico just doesn't break. I know that doesn't seem like, you know, like it would cause that much of a difference, but if Trico messes up his prescript here, it's just so much time loss of him just walking back and forth down this hallway. Also, those guys were in a really good spot. You gonna do something, buddy? Buddy? Treat. Chico, I will free your tail again if that would make you happy. Alright, so hopefully he focuses on this guy and not the enemy down the hall. He needs to kill this guy. Not just smack him against the wall, is what I was gonna say. So this actually looks really good. He killed all of the enemies, which is important, before he came to this step. If he would have just knocked any of them down, he would not complete this event correctly. Whoa, I didn't like that. That was weird. That was not the checkpoint that we were trying to get. I've never seen that happen. Because you know, if you've watched this run before, or you run it yourself, that's not what that checkpoint looks like when you reload it. It's the camera's behind you and you're facing forward, and the boy is forward and to the left. So that was a reset that we've never seen before. Thankfully it still worked and didn't take us back to the beginning of the fight. Trix, you gonna... Trico. Trico, why are you sitting down, dude? Get up. Get up, what are you doing with your life? Buddy. Yeah, uh-huh. Big yawn. Big yawn. Very nice. Boy, he is just being a real butt, isn't he? Yeah, okay, we're just gonna restart this because there's no way that I can get him to do this. This is a less favorable setup, but... Well, I'll take that. It was a less favorable setup that led to the most favorable outcome, so it kind of balanced itself out. Chico, where are you, dude? You've taken a vacation? Where are you at, my friend? Buddy? Buddy? He's gone. He's just gone. There he is. Alright, I guess I'm gonna take the spear out just because we have the time. Trico, hypothetically, is listening to me. I say as it becomes clear that he completely ignored everything I said. Are you getting the impression that we have a very temperamental Trico today? Because I sure am. See, look at this. Look at this. Trico, buddy. This run is going to be the epitome of why I have a Trollco emote. Why did the camera do that? What was that? What is this game doing today? With the camera and the checkpoints and the Trico. None of this is working like it usually does. This should be fun. Okay. Let's see what shenanigans can possibly happen in this room. As you can see, we are behind because Trico decided to take a brief vacation during command skip. With the last fight in the game, I just cannot clear my throat. With the last fight in the game, how do you remember which door the mirror guy comes out of? The plinth that you put the mirror in, you know, the little circular doohicker that the mirror goes in to make the elevator go up. If you're facing it in the direction that you would put the mirror in, it's the door to the left. Treeks, my dude, my big fuzzy friend, I'm gonna need you to kind of listen to just even half of the things that I say would be good. Trico. Hi, got your attention? You wanna go up? Yeah, for the fight that happens right when you land at the White Tower, it is random as far as... Like, the one down below always happens when the fight moves to the second phase, which is why I'm always down there, you know, ready. But beyond that, if there is another mirror guy, and what side he comes out of is random. But for after the elevator, it's always the one to the left of the plinth, and then the one straight across from him during the final phase. Because there's two mirror guys, right? Well, there's three. In the second phase, there's the one that comes from the left door. And then in the third phase, there's another one that comes from the left door, plus one that comes from the door opposite of the guy from the left door. Did that make sense? When loads like that take a really long time, I always just, like, deep in my heart, I hope that the game has broken and somehow it's going to take me straight to the end. I just want to find some game-breaking something in this game. I've tried for, like, years, and I never have, but I just, oh, I want to. Oh, Trico, buddy, if you would have swatted right there, yep, that would have happened. Except they all would have died. And that would have been awesome. Are we gonna have... Are you kidding me right now? In addition to Trico not listening, are we gonna have Pacifist Trico for this entire run? Trico absolutely did not understand a word that I just said. And now he's just deliberately ignoring me, so... Maybe by the time we get up here, he'll be doing his thing. I don't know why I'm calling Trico. That makes no sense. Because you don't need to. Because you're just resetting anyway. Come on, fuzzy butt. We got places to be. Yeah, the armors that... I don't necessarily know that they look red. I guess they kind of look red. The ones that look like they have a bunch of rust on them, you know, the brownish looking ones, are supposed to be the hardest, I think. Which is why all of them in that final elevator room are that kind, you know? So just based on the position of all of these spheres that Trico has, I think we're automatically just going to say, hey, whatever, we're failing the spear check, it's fine. Because there's no way that I can get down to Trico's chest unless that one despawns after some time. Trico, buddy. Buddy, you know how to solve this puzzle. It's very simple. Boy, he is just not listening today. Bud, it's right there. Yeah. He is really struggling today. I don't remember the last time that he has had this much difficulty understanding commands. Yeah, nice. I will always take that fall damage cancel. Little boy, please. Please. So yeah, just based on Trico's response there to getting up to that very easy platform, I am very concerned about how he's going to handle not so much cage puzzle, because cage puzzle is always a troll and I expect it, but getting out of the cave through the hole after cage puzzle. I once lost 10 minutes there, and I would really hope to not repeat that, but Trico really seems to be struggling to understand these commands. So we'll see. Yeah, Shadow Tash, sometimes it just, Trico kind of breaks, you know? I mean, I had a run that was 3:16 pace, so at the time that would have been a world record by like 2.5 minutes. And then Trico just didn't go through the hole. He was doing what he was doing right here, which was just, you know, jumping straight up into the air and not listening. And then he just went backwards down a puzzle that we had just solved, so... Welcome back, Frogmage. Did you learn anything exciting? Little boy, I tell you what. So nothing interesting was announced, Frogmage? Because I guess they're trying to do like a new Switch, right? They're trying to convince people to get like essentially a Switch Lite or whatever it is. Treeks, see, look at him. He's bashing the wall. He's like never supposed to do that. You're supposed to be able to stop him before he does that, so. Is pulling the axle not slightly faster? In my experience, no. The axle is one of the only things that's faster to push instead of pull. But that was based on testing that I did probably at this point like 9 months ago or so. So it might bear some repeating. To try it out again just to make sure. Yeah, the only thing, Frogmage, that I'm aware of, just like off the top of my head, that Nintendo is doing that kind of caught my eye was this new Switch that they're planning, which I don't know too much about. I think that last time they talked about a Switch Lite or whatever, it was just supposed to be a handheld. So the point was you couldn't hook it to a TV like you can with the current Switch, like the Switch proper. Oh, Trico, why are you going up here, buddy? Why did we not trigger a cutscene here? And why is the boy not pulling his helmet out? What is this game doing? This game is on vacation, I tell you what. Trico's been standing there to trigger that cutscene for the entire time. Trico, hey buddy. How long do you think this is gonna take? Trico, hey. Hey. Hey bud. Boy, I would pay somebody money to figure out how to make him stop this. Because none of us can figure it out. Yeah, it's the weirdest... Camera. It's the weirdest thing. You know, we finally figured out how to break Treacle off of the... Treacle. Treacle! To break... I can't. I'm just gonna shut up. To break Trico off of the axle is apparently the hardest English sentence I've ever said. But we can't figure out... We can't figure out how to get him off of the glass. But anyway, Frog Mage, are they doing like another new Mario? So they literally just like made a direct that was just them chatting for a bit. There are so many Mario games I still haven't played. I've never played Mario Odyssey, Mario Sunshine, whatever the most recent one was, I didn't play. I should really catch up. I also meant to play Link's Awakening. I'll probably end up getting that for Christmas if it's on sale somewhere. That's not bad. I mean, Mario Sunshine and Mario Galaxy are both ones that I've not played, so I don't know, maybe we'll get that. I don't know what it... the price is way too high at 60. Games... It's weird, right? Because I remember when expensive, like, brand new games were coming out at, you know, 40 bucks or whatever. And we were like, this is robbery, you know? And now some games are talking about coming out at 70. And it's like, what are you doing? I understand inflation, but jeez. Oh, I didn't split. We saved a ton of time. I didn't split. This run is something. Yeah. Also, hi Alex. I think that something that I would like to see more is, you know, as these consoles get more advanced, I would like to see some sort of system where if you've already purchased a game on one console, you get it at a discount on a different console if you want to buy it again. But at the same time, that kind of doesn't work because, you know, each console is gonna try to compete with the others, and so that would require all of them to work together, and that probably is unlikely. Yeah, and I primarily came in at the PlayStation era, which is why, you know, 40 bucks or whatever is kind of my benchmark. But it is true that, you know, discs made things simpler. I mean, I played Genesis and then, you know, N64 and that stuff, but it's not mostly what I remember. I remember PlayStation 1. My husband, on the other hand, because he's a bit older than me, remembers more of the consoles before the PlayStation. Yeah, Nintendo... I don't necessarily think that Nintendo is being unfair in the high prices that they charge, but it is true that Nintendo has the clout to basically charge whatever they want. I don't know what you're talking about, Alex. I don't know about any later Spyro games. They don't exist. Much like the Hobbit movies. And yeah, Frog Mage, like, to me, as someone who has been thinking, oh, you know, I should play these Mario games, like Galaxy and Sunshine, that I have never played, that's an alright deal. That's actually a pretty good deal, because then you're getting, you know, 3 games for 60 bucks. Oh, that was so good! Little boy, that was so good, but then he just chose not to grab. Still, that was good. But yeah, for people who already own the games and just want to have them on Switch or whatever, it kind of sucks that it's 60. Which is why I wish there was some sort of... I mean, just like with The Witcher. The Witcher 3 just did something like that, where it was like, hey, if you can prove that you have a copy of this game, you get such and such for free, or for discount, or whatever. You got Monster Hunter World Iceborne at a discount sometimes, if you could prove that you already had World, or that you had pre-ordered it, or whatever. And I like things like that. But yeah, I mean, you're totally right, Alex. Like, also I didn't split this. Spyro, for as much as he is, like, as much as I love him and as much as the early games were fun, he was part of that whole generation of everybody's trying to find a mascot to be Mario. And that's where Crash came from. That's where, you know, even things like Bubsy came from to some extent. So, you know, nobody ever ended up being Mario. Chico, you were in the middle of this jump, buddy. I mean, I'm alright with the price tag because it seems to me, and I mean, I could be entirely wrong about this, but it seems to me that, again, for people who don't own the games, the cost of buying all 3 of the games would roughly total $60. So it seems fine, but, you know, I could be wrong and you can get each one for $10. Hey, Miss Ray, thanks for the good luck. Hope you're doing good today. Triggered that cutscene for just a little bit longer than I wanted to. I didn't quite get the jump into the room. Only cost like half a second, but still. Right, just because they can sell it for 60 doesn't mean they should. Sure. I can understand that perspective. And definitely, as you said, Alex, the idea that it's easier to just buy the Switch one than it is to haul out whatever system you want to play the other ones on is probably a huge motivating factor behind why they're doing that. You know, they know that people will buy it because it's convenient and because it's on a console that they hope people are using more regularly anyway. Because, like, I'm not gonna lie. What are you doing here, dude? And he's, like, totally not paying attention. I've said multiple times that if PlayStation 5 was backwards compatible with PlayStation 1, 2, and 3, I would absolutely love for them to make, you know, a digital library of PS1 and 2 games. And I would buy them again, just to play them on the PlayStation 5, even though I own them. Because I don't want the hassle of hauling out my PlayStation 1 when I want to play Legend of Dragoon, you know? So there's definitely some value in getting people to buy something again because they don't want to haul out a console. Because Husbando and I were just talking. We're currently playing Borderlands 3. We finally caved, and we've been waiting. We got, like, the super fancy pre-order version because we were so excited about Borderlands 3. This will loop back here in a second. But, they didn't have vertical split screen. And it was impossible to see anything. If you followed Borderlands 3 right at the beginning, you know that it was basically unplayable for couch co-op. And they've done some updates, and finally we gave in, and yeah, it still sucks, and it still absolutely needs vertical split screen, but at least we're playing it a little bit. But the point was, after we're done with Borderlands 3, Husbando was like, hey, you know, we should replay Final Fantasy VII. Like the original, not the remake. And I was like, oh yeah, sure, you know, that sounds fun. And that means we have to break out the PlayStation 3. Even though both of us own Final Fantasy VII, like the fancy Greatest Hits edition and the other older edition, and we own multiple copies of that game, I would pay to not have to run my stupid PS3. I hate that thing. So, like, that mentality definitely does exist, you know? So I definitely was really sad to see that the PlayStation 5 was not backwards compatible with older games. That really rubs me the wrong way. Oh, it's backwards compatible with most PlayStation 4 games. Okay, Sony, you clearly just want me to have at least one copy of each of your consoles. Thank you. I can totally see where you're coming from here. You know? If we want to play Sony's games, why should we continue to have to own this now very outdated PlayStation 3 or the PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 1, which are even older, just to be able to play these dang things, you know? I just wanted PS5 to be backwards compatible. That's all I wanted. I didn't care about 4K or 8K or HDR or whatever the gorf it does, you know? But also, as you said, Alex, it's a lot of effort, especially for Sony, because Xbox has been working on backwards compatibility since the beginning. That has been part of their plan. So they have less work to do because they're already building all of their stuff with the understanding that stuff is going to be backwards compatible. As compared to PlayStation, which has a lot of, you know, hardware stuff, let alone software stuff, to do to make these things backwards compatible. Trico, what on earth? He's existing inside the wall. Like, what is happening here? He was doing this jump and I was letting him do it, and now he's just not. Hey, Go-Go! How you doing today? I said, hey, Go-Go, and it triggered my hey, Google. Stop. How in the ever-loving biscuits and gravy did we save time on that split when Trico was just dancing through the wall? But yeah, Go. I'm gonna call you Go because otherwise I trigger my thing. I hope that you're doing well. Thank you for stopping by. We are in the middle of talking about our feelings about multiple game companies and whether they should make things backwards compatible, and the Nintendo Direct thingy that came out just a little bit ago. Alright, so no cutscene skip because Trico is a butt face, as we all know. Yeah, cutscene. Oh, poor Morty. He looks so miserable. Poor bud. But yeah, this run has just been... It's been a trip so far. It feels... Trico. Treeks, buddy. It feels a little broken. That's okay, because it keeps it fun, but you know, it feels a little broken. Oh, okay, sure. No rope. That's too... Oh, and we're back here. Trico, my friend, no snacks for you. That's the second time now that I've missed that rope jump. In like a year. Seriously. But yeah, anyway, back to the backwards compatible stuff and all that. I would have totally paid a lot extra for a PlayStation that was backwards compatible. But at the same time, you know, obviously they don't want to release a system that's wildly expensive and nobody's gonna pay for it, you know? So I guess I can hold out hope that at some point there will be a digital library of older games or whatever. And I see the difficulty with that as well, right? Because I can say, boy, I want the PlayStation to be backwards compatible so I can play Legend of Dragoon. Or Croc. Or Gex. But PlayStation has to look at every single game that was released on PlayStation 1 and be like, boy, we kind of have to make this so that it plays on a PlayStation 5. That's gross. You know, it's not just the cool games that I like, it's some pretty crappy games, to be honest, that they have to also make available, or else, you know, there's no point in doing it. And that's a lot of manpower and a lot of effort for some really trashy games. So, I get it. I'm not happy about it, but I get it. Yeah, Microsoft has, from the beginning, I feel like, with, you know, Xbox stuff, been like, yeah, we're doing backwards compatibility the entire time. And so they haven't had a problem with making new consoles, and they're just like, yeah, it's backwards compatible, because what else did you expect? You know, Sony kind of shot themselves in the foot by doing all of this different stuff that now is very challenging to make compatible. Thank you for the follow, Dr. Peppers. I appreciate it. Alright, I'm gonna completely shut up so that I can focus on this. Nice. Love it. That was a really good time save. That was continual, like, movement exploit to make him not do the much slower, like, whoa! Waddle. Little boy, please just drop. Please just, well, not like that. Okay. Okay, you know, one way or another, we're down here, so I'll live with it. Okay. And of course he turned right as I landed on him. Whew. The hardest thing would be the disc reader. Yes. So that's why I think Sony's having a problem, right? Because as I understand, not all of their stuff is like formatted the same as compared to like Xbox. Came here from watching a Spyro speedrun. Yeah? What game? Or like what category? Speaking of Spyro speedruns, I think that I'll be live tomorrow with a Spyro 80 Dragons. Like, I think that we're doing it to the channel and not to an RTMP for a marathon. So there's that to look forward to. Yeah, I guess I can say, Gogo, that, I was gonna say Google for some reason. Sony shot themselves in the foot by making their discs different. But, you know, for all we know, that could have been intentional. You know, they could have just deliberately said, like, we want people to have to buy every single console, you know? Yeah, reignited Spyro 1, any percent. One of my favorite categories. But yeah, seriously, I would pay again for some older games if I could play them on a more modern PlayStation. Because I don't want to buy, like, adapters and stuff to stream them. And mostly, I have too much stuff hooked up to my TV. My TV doesn't have any more ports. You know? So we don't have a PlayStation 1 or PlayStation 2 hooked up, even though we have them. We don't have an Xbox 360 hooked up because we have a 1. We don't have our Wii hooked up. Hey, Moose! Thanks for stopping by. Hope you're doing good today. Wow, Trico is just really deciding not to do anything. Trico, buddy, at some point, you're gonna have to make a move. He's super broken today, Moose, since you're just joining. And broken Trico always makes things fun, if a little frustrating. Hey, this guy. Thanks for stopping by. How are you doing today? Maybe the ending will be lucky. Could be. You know, those fights are always a little bit unpredictable. Or Trico could just glitch into the floor, as has happened before. Yeah, there's basically just always been two things that I've wanted with the PlayStation. I've wanted PS4 emulation, which is difficult in its own right and might not ever happen. Or I want backwards compatibility to PS1 and PS2, you know? Or yeet you into a hole. Absolutely a possibility. So yeah, I mean, I guess we have to continue to live with playing stuff on our PlayStation 3. I cannot express... This is such a first world problem, right? I cannot express how much I hate our PlayStation 3. Everything... It's my husband's, and he's taken great care of it. And yet somehow everything is sticky. Everything is sticky. And it turns on and off whenever it feels like. And it's a piece of garbage, and it's really loud. I hate it. So yeah, first world problems, right? Oh boo-hoo, my PlayStation 3 isn't the way I want it to be. But seriously though, our hands get sticky. There's just like goo coming out of every PlayStation 3 controller we have. Thanks for stopping by, Frog Mage. Have a good sleep. Yeah, I imagine that PlayStation 4 emulation is still a long, long ways off, if, you know, ever, really. Are people even gonna care? I mean, I guess at some point, maybe. But there's also a lot more difficulty, I feel like, with the architecture of the PlayStation 4 that makes it harder to emulate than some of the earlier stuff. That's just a guess on my part. I'm not, like, super informed about these sorts of things, but... But yeah, I guess after Borderlands 3, then Husbando and I will bite the bullet and finally go back to Final Fantasy VII. Because we were talking about it. We were playing Magic the Gathering at the kitchen table. And he was like, we should play Final Fantasy VII again. And I was like, yeah, that sounds like fun. And then at the same time, we both were like, oh, we have to play it on the PS3. We like both realized at the same time. Yeah, that doesn't really make any sense, that it emulates the disc spinning stuff. Like, how can you even, right? I keep talking about Legend of Dragoon only because it's like my favorite PS1 game. It's a Final Fantasy knockoff. They were trying to be the next Final Fantasy, you know. And it's not as good, but it's got a special place in my heart. Disc 3 of Legend of Dragoon for me, in my original PlayStation 1 and then also in my PS2 Slim, it had this weird problem where the disc on disc 3 was... I knew that was going to be a death. The disc was a little bit scratched, and I had to put the disc in to the PlayStation in a very specific orientation. There was a character on the front of the disc, like the disc art, and her head had to be at exactly, like the middle of her head, she had like a headband on, had to be at exactly 1 o'clock, or like the disc just would not play. And then once it started playing, it was fine, which I never really understood. Vine skip, could you not do this to me though? So the first vine skip, at least we're up here, should not have counted as a death, and yet it did. The reason that happens is because this one would probably be a death too. Oh, good, it wasn't. The reason that it happens is because the game's idea of how far you have to fall to die happens to be essentially exactly the same distance as we fall to that vine. So it just depends on whether the game gives you credit for the death or the grab first. The second one was just me aiming a little bit poorly, but... Oh, I already did barrel skip. That's a split that I didn't split. Someday. It'll happen. Someday. I'm gonna drop that barrel. The physics is going to be perfect, and it's gonna land right in Trico's face. Someday. So yeah, for those who are just joining, we're kind of, sort of, not really halfway through Last Guardian. And then, I don't usually ever do this, but I am also going to run Shadow of the Colossus today, and by run, I mean practice. But I signed up with the Team Eco Discord to do a newbie Shadow of the Colossus race. And I love that game to death, and I've played it to death, so I know how to play the game. But I've never speedrun it, so we shall see how I fare with doing any sort of speedrun for that. Should be fun. Look at Trico's head, he's going ballistic. Treeks. But yeah, I'm piling both on today as far as stream, because obviously I meant to stream yesterday, and I meant to stream the day before that. I didn't stream on Tuesday because I went to the doctor. Oh wait, why didn't I stream on Tuesday? No, I didn't stream on Tuesday because Husbando was home. He had to stay home from the office. I didn't stream yesterday because I was at the doctor, and apparently doctor's appointments take 4.5 hours. Literally, 4.5 hours. So I certainly did not have time after all of that. But I wasn't gonna miss Last Guardian this week. But yeah, so we do Last Guardian today, we do Shadow of the Colossus practice today, which is what I was planning on doing anyway. And then tomorrow is a marathon for Spyro. I don't know why that does that. Get up, little boy. Thank you. I mean, it's fine that they're holding the shields now. He'll come over. But... this one is still whole. He didn't kill anybody. Alright, let's get this thing out of our lives. This is gonna be rough. Look at what's happening. Nobody's fighting. And he's not killing anybody. Like, not only do we have just really bad Trico AI for this entire run, but he's pacifist. Trico, you gotta do something, dude. Oh, and shoving him in this corner is like the worst outcome. See, he's like glitched. He's trying to bring his foot forward, but he can't. This game. Speedrunning this game is just a trip. Fall down to the ground, you salty banana. I saved time. Because reasons, I guess. I mean, like I said, I'm comparing this against splits that are old. This is not my PB, but still. Oh, speedrunning Shadow of the Colossus is insane. Like I said, I've never done any of the speedrunning strats except for whatever I figured out as a kid, you know, like by myself, just playing the game to death. But it's insane. Like, the runners are so good. So I'm hoping maybe I can pull off like a trick or two during the noob race, but I mean, it is a noob race for a reason, you know. None of us are actual Shadow of the Colossus speedrunners. We're just speedrunners of other things. Someday it would be nice, I think, for me to get a little bit better at Shadow of the Colossus, and then learn Eco, and then just do like a trifecta. Because Shadow and Eco aren't that long. Like, the two of them together, I think, basically just equals how long Last Guardian is. So... And I mean, for me, I'm sure it would be longer, because I'm not going to come anywhere close to the world record time in either of those, but it'd be nice to run all of them, like, together. And there's not currently anybody in the Team Eco Discord who knows how to run all three games. I mean, for the longest time, I was the only Shadow of the Colossus runner. It's only recently that we've gotten more of us. I said Shadow of the Colossus. I meant The Last Guardian. I can words. I know what games I play. I was the only Last Guardian runner. But yeah, once we switch to Shadow of the Colossus later, I think at least one of the Shadow Runners is gonna pop in and maybe give me some tips. Alright, how quickly can the game give Trico credit for breaking these boards? Because the answer is usually not as fast as he's actually standing on them. Which appears to be true again, because he is definitely standing on them. Do y'all remember that show? See, I don't even remember what it's called. There used to be a TV channel called G4, I think, or something like that, and it was a game called like X-Play or something, and it reviewed video games. That was how I found out about Shadow of the Colossus. And as soon as I saw it, I was like, my god, I have to play this game. Because for the time, it was so revolutionary, you know? Oh, G4 is coming back for real? That's exciting. Because I was really sad to see that channel go. That channel also had, like, Ninja Warrior and stuff. We used to watch that all the time. What? Okay. Okay, I fell off of Trico. And now I'm inside Trico's mesh. I am not sure that I can actually... Okay, I think I just broke myself out of it. Okay, Treeks, I'm gonna need you to make this jump by yourself because I'm still kind of stuck inside you. How's the run? Sounds good. Yeah, when you pop in just in time to hear me say, and I'm stuck inside Trico's mesh, it's probably going pretty decent. No, this has just been a crazy run. All sorts of things are just going real weird, which is always fun, you know. Not great for having a good time, but fun. But yeah, Trico is just really, like, not listening. He's super confused all the time. Just weird stuff is like that. Like, what was that? I was in the middle of throwing, and then the boy just fell through the bottom of the box. Trico, are you stuck, buddy? What's happening? I was gonna say, I swear to God, if this barrel rolls down here and off of this ledge. Trico, eat that, please, before it rolls anywhere. Dude. We got the leggy. He puts his leg up there sometimes like a weirdo. Where did Morty go? Morty! Okay, I have no confidence whatsoever that Trico is actually going to, like, do this. He's either going to get stuck on the floor, or he's going to just completely misinterpret this command. Okay, that wasn't the worst. He did actually do it, which surprises me. I completely expected him to... There's an enemy down in that tunnel that he can't see and that you can't see if you look through the door. I'm assuming because the game didn't want you to, like, spoil that there was going to be an enemy encounter. But sometimes Trico sees that guy and just goes ballistic at the floor, and there's nothing you can do. Hey, Pat! How you been? Thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the good luck. We're gonna need it today. Best Boy RNG has been bottom of the barrel at best. I mean, he's a good guy. I can't be upset. Oh god. Nearly missed that jump. When has that ever happened? I did not fall to my death. Color me surprised. So, Shadow of the Colossus, Eco, and The Last Guardian are all made by Team Eco, so they're all like the same family of games. Shadow of the Colossus, if you've never played it, is essentially just like a giant boss rush with really cool bosses. 16 of them, in fact. Oh, no, no, no! No, 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 Trico, no! Trico, no! Oh, snap! Nost, hi! What were you doing? What were you streaming? Spyro? Thanks for stopping by! Also, hi everybody who just came with Nost's raid. Welcome. I am... Sable? Whew. Okay, okay, we're good. I'm Sable. I occasionally stream Spyro. I'll be streaming Spyro tomorrow. For now, we are running through The Last Guardian relatively poorly, but you know, it happens. You have a snack. Yeah, he just walked off screen. He's a little lizard, a skink, named Morty. He's my channel mascot, and he is everybody's best buddy. Morty, Morty, this is your time to shine, buddy. Where are you? There he is. There's his butt. The Trico is being a big pain. Like, I don't remember the last time we had Trico RNG as bad as this. This is pacifist Trico. This is, like, completely disobedient Trico. But, I mean, look at him. He's adorable. I can't be angry. Let me go rip this guy's head off real quick. Buddy. Get your fluffy butt over here and smack this guy in the face, please. Good try. You know, good try. A for effort. The music has already stopped, by the way. The battle music, because the game is like, you're probably done by now, right? Trico. Trico. Buddy. Wow, okay. There you go. There you go. Boy. No, not. Oh, Trico, you're adorable, but that's not what I was trying to do. I love you, buddy. Okay, but can you solve the puzzle? That's why we're here. Get your fluffy butt over there. So anyway, hi everyone. Sorry, we were right in the middle of a fight there. For those who haven't seen this game before, this is from the same people who made Shadow of the Colossus and Eco. It's a Team Eco game. Where basically this little boy, we're trying to get out of this valley with the help of this feathery chicken dog named Trico. And today in particular, he is being not very intelligent. But that's the beauty of speedrunning a game like this, is that, you know, it's different every time. First time I played TLG, Trico broke a puzzle and I couldn't pass it. Yeah, that sounds about right. Trico is a broken puzzle. But yeah, anyway, thank you so much, Nost, for the raid. I appreciate it. Hope that your stream went well. At one point, early on in this run, we could have been on world record pace, and then, you know, Trico happened, so. Oh, his AI has improved for sure. There was a patch up to 1.3 that really made a huge difference. I had tried a while ago to run this game on 1.0 because I thought that maybe it would be a little bit more broken and I could, you know, do like glitchy stuff. Not worth it. Not worth it. Trico is really, really temperamental on 1.0. But also, I did, during that fight, I heard some follows go off. So thank you everybody who followed. I didn't want to forget to say thank you to you. It looks like Clock District and Lilith followed, so I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Hope you all are having a wonderful day. So yeah, this game, I love the speedrun of it, but it takes a little bit of getting used to, you know? Because, as you can see, we just got this fluffy AI friend, and the entire speedrun is just getting him to do things, which, with practice, can become pretty consistent, but every run is, you know, different because he behaves differently. Keeps things fresh, and spicy, and memey. Also, the lighting on Morty's face makes him look like one of those paintings from Scooby-Doo where the eyeballs like appear and follow you after you walk by. Okay, water puzzles. These are fairly consistent, about as consistent as you get for a game like this. So we should have a chance to kind of chill for a little bit. These are not too bad as long as you know what to do. was the dog that you just heard. The real life dog, not the feathery dog. If you heard him flapping his ears against the cardboard box. Yeah, the real life dog is named Bryce, and he is 16 years old. He's old. Older than dirt. And you can kind of tell. I don't know what is keeping him tethered to this mortal plane. He still has plenty of energy, though, so... My dog's 11 and acts like she's 2. Yeah, that's exactly how Bryce is. Like, sure, he's old, so 90% of the time he sleeps. But when he's not sleeping, he just tears through the hallway just like a puppy. And he's 16. I don't understand. I suspect that maybe he's leeching the life force from my husband and I to stay alive. And that's where he's getting the energy. And why we're always so tired. Yeah, isn't 16 like over 100? Yes. And especially for his breed. Average lifespan of his breed is like 12. And it's like, dude, what vendetta do you have, and against who, that is keeping you here? What kind of dog is he? He's a Cheagle. He's a Beagle Chihuahua. I mean, I guess it's the Chihuahua side that's giving him more longevity, because they can tend to live a little bit longer than Beagles. I mean, Beagles can have a lifespan as short as like 8 years. So I kind of thought it would even out, you know? But he's still going strong-ish. Oh, don't. I'm actually not going to split that. I split that a little bit late, so. Alright, welcome everybody to Cage Puzzle. Almost. We're almost there. Anybody who speedruns this game or has watched people speedrun this game recognizes this little cave as the beginning of one of the hardest sections of the game, which comes immediately after a really easy section, so it's kind of a slap in the face, you know, as far as difficulty is concerned. Oh goody, Cage Puzzle. We do have to do a little bit of platforming to get there. But especially with how Trico is behaving today, with kind of being a butt face in the best way possible, this puzzle could be a little bit challenging, because we really need to rely not only on Trico, but on physics, both of which are very wonky in this game, and particularly wonky today. So we'll see. But yeah, we get this nice little relaxing platforming, like no big deal, before heading up to Cage Puzzle, and then things just get really challenging and really chaotic really quick, so. So in the meantime, while I platform, a little bit earlier, before the raid, we were talking kind of at length about our thoughts on... Come on, little boy. The Nintendo Direct thing from earlier today. Or, you know, just earlier. as well as PS5 and like stuff that's coming out to look forward to, or you know, I was talking about how disappointed I was there wasn't backwards compatibility. Do y'all have any games coming up on PS5 or otherwise that you're looking forward to playing? I said earlier that I still need to play Link's Awakening. That just came out not that long ago, I feel like, for Switch. But that should be fun. The last Zelda game that I played was Breath of the Wild, which, to be fair, was totally worth it. That was a really good game. Oh, Crash 4, right. The new Crash and the new Ratchet and Clank. I forgot about both of those. They seem really fun. Like, maybe I'll give speedrunning them a try. Everybody was on the Crash 4 train. Breath of the Wild 2. So, like, do we know when that's actually going to be a thing? I know that it's being worked on, and I think that there was, like, a little, like, teaser or whatever. But I don't actually know if we have any concept of even what year it's going to be released in. Because I thought there was, like, a little cinematic thing that they released for Breath of the Wild 2. That honestly wouldn't have been that hard for them to put together using just the character models from, you know, the original Breath of the Wild. Ooh, she is down on the ground. This is going to be tight timing. Yeah, I don't think we can make this. The boy needs to go, like, right now. Where am I? No, okay, we're back in the cave. That's alright. We'll just need to trick her. Come over here. Spooky. Okay. That long hang is what causes the problem, and the boy just chooses to do that, like, every time. But yeah, I also haven't... I played... Why won't the boy make this jump anymore? I played the remastered Crash, and it was fun. The third one was kind of like, it's alright. But the first two were really fun. And then I realized that I hadn't played essentially any Ratchet and Clank since... What was the last Ratchet and Clank that I played? I can't think of the names of any of them. But it was a long time ago, so I really want to try both of those. Especially because the new Ratchet and Clank looks really good. Up Your Arsenal, that is the Ratchet and Clank I was trying to think of. That was the one that I didn't play. So before that, I had played Ratchet and Clank. So it was a long time ago, because that, I don't think, is the most recent Ratchet and Clank. What was it you were saying about backwards compatibility for what platform? I was talking about PS5. My entire hope for PS5 was just that it would be backwards compatible with PS1, 2, and 3. Well, and obviously 4, but even not necessarily 4. Like, I just want a more modern console to play PS1 and 2 games on. Because I despise my PS3. Because like I said before, I would not be opposed to paying again for the PS1 and 2 games that I have if they were on some sort of digital library that I could get on the PS5. I would do that. I don't necessarily like that option, but I would do it. But instead, we just get kind of PS4 compatibility, and then that's it. You know? And compare that with how Microsoft has handled Xbox compatibility, and I wish Sony did better, I guess. But, you know, we have what we have, so. She really put us in kind of a garbage spot. So, this is Cage Puzzle proper. We have reached Cage Puzzle. If you've never seen this before, the narrator is going to say it feels like I waited for an eternity, so we do just kind of have to wait here. Whether I roll the cage, whether I don't roll the cage, no matter what, we're going to have to just kind of sit here. So bear with it, and eventually a cutscene will trigger, and then we'll be able to continue. That's why I still have my PS2. Yeah, we have our well, I have a PS1, 2, and 3 still. But I just really don't like my PS3. It's such a first world problem, right? I hate to complain about it, but it's just sticky. Why is it sticky? Everything is sticky. And we take good care of our consoles, right? But every time we play a game, we just get stuff on our hands. Got rid of my PS1 because the PS2 will play everything. Yeah, I basically just have the PS1 because I always feel guilty about getting rid of things that I've had for a long time, you know? And it works just fine, so it's sitting on our bookshelf. But yeah, even when the PS2 came out, I stopped using the PS1 because it played everything. You get the sticky stuff too? You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, what is it? Is it oil from the inside of the controller that's like oiling up parts? It's every controller. And I mean, it's the PlayStation 3 itself too. Like, it turns on whatever it wants. It's really loud. I just like, I don't like it. But also, I just kind of want to be able to play everything on one console. But yeah, like, the only thing stopping me from learning the Legend of Dragoon speedrun is the fact that I don't want to hook my PS1 or PS2 up using an adapter. You know, I don't want to have to deal with more adapters and more nonsense to make it so that I can stream it, you know? Alright, that's a fair positioning. I'm a little bit more to the left than I would like. Hi, buddy. I love you too. Are you gonna be good for this puzzle? Because I do not have much faith in you. I'm sorry. Alright, you ready? So we begin cage puzzle. Oh boy. Trico, push to the left. To the left. Good job. Oh, good job. Oh, stop. 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 Okay. 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 Nice. Nice first phase cage puzzle. Yeah, I mean, it is true. The PC has a lot more versatility, you know? Yeah, Shadow Dash, being pinned into a corner up on that platform is the worst because Trico's right behind you. So you can't, like, roll back to fix the problem without rolling into Trico, and then he just makes it worse. Yeah, I prefer to play on console whenever possible. Like, I'll play on PC, obviously, you know, I play Monster Hunter World on PC. Because I want to play with my friends and that's how they have it. But I will choose console when possible, and I will choose PlayStation when possible. Which kind of doesn't make sense, right? Because here I am hemming and hawing about backwards compatibility, and Xbox has it. So I should just kind of throw all my efforts into Xbox, but... Ooh. Stop, 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 stop. Okay, there's nothing I can do about that. That was a really bad setup, so we'll just have to run it again. And now Trico's here to make it even harder. Alright, that was significantly better. Except now I'm in the middle, and I don't like that. But, you know, you win some, you lose some. Cool. Alright, cage puzzle's over. Overall, I can't really complain about it. What on earth just happened? This is what I'm talking about this game being absolutely bonkers today. Wait, excuse me? Yeah. It's so weird. But we've all experienced it if you run this game, right? Where just you have a run every now and then where just the game is just, it's borfed the entire time. Trico's broken, the physics are broken, the game is broken, like, collision is broken. I don't get it, but it's fun. .5. We managed to essentially break even on that. Despite all of that nonsense. What? Xbox doesn't really have any exclusives I care about. That's true. And a lot of the time, like I said, I prefer PlayStation. That's just like a personal preference. There's no particular reason why. I think honestly it's kind of that I like the PlayStation controller better than I like the Xbox controller. I like it feels better in my hands. But a lot of the time, you know, when a game comes out, if it comes out on Xbox and PlayStation, I'm gonna choose the PlayStation version. Trico, are you ready to do the thing? That's a good way to think about it as well, Thanatos. Like, each console or each platform has its own strengths as well. Because you're right, Sony just has an absolutely massive library compared to, like, Nintendo has their own, you know, like, specific brand and tone for the games that they do release. Even though those are a little bit rarer. You know, they don't pump things out at the same speed that Sony does. Why would you say that Xbox is first-person shooter heavy? Is it just like that's mostly what their library is, or like the games behave better on the Xbox and so people who play those choose the Xbox? Because like I said, I don't play too much on the Xbox. We have an Xbox One that I received as a gift. And every now and then I do play things on it. That's how I played Rhyme, and that's how I would speedrun Rhyme. But okay, Trico seems to want to do these platforms on his own. So I'm gonna kind of let him, because that's gonna be a little bit faster. He is confused because the platform he needs to go to is that one. But yeah, I find that as far as like user experience, I'm actually a really big fan of Nintendo. I really like how they set up their consoles. But at heart, I think I will always kind of lean toward the PlayStation as my preferred console. And so, you know, no different than I expected. Trico is stuck here. So this is the part I was concerned about earlier. Based on how Trico is just really not listening. I think it's going to be really hard to get him through this hole in the roof. Whereas normally, you know, if this was just a regular playthrough, it would be a one command thing and he'd be through. But as you can see, he's not listening. You got it, buddy? Do you got it? Okay, well, that is the inside of Trico's body. Today we learned that Tricos are so light because they have nothing inside them. Oh, thank you, Mort. Thank you for the vote of confidence. You going, dude? Alright, there you go. I think he's got it, probably. Maybe. Like, 25% sure. Yeah, I didn't really know that about the Xbox. Because I don't typically play those sorts of games. Not that they're not good, it's just not one of my preferred categories. So I've never really encountered that idea. Probably because of Halo? Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, for me, like, the more that I think about it, the more that I do genuinely just think it's because I don't like how the Xbox controller feels. It's too thick, it's too big. Like, it's too hard to hold. Excited for Shadow of the Colossus after this? Thanks. We'll see how it goes. It's kind of a weird thing, right? Because it's a game that I definitely know like the back of my hand because I played it so much as a kid, but yet I've never done any speedrunning of it, so it should be interesting to see how quick I can pick up some of the speedrunning tricks. Thanks for the good luck, Azuri. Hope you're doing well today. Okay, so I know that I have a couple people here who have never, you know, either lurking or in chat who have never seen this run before. So a cutscene is about to play that is a couple minutes long and unskippable. This is a great opportunity to go get yourself some food, take a drink if you've been watching for a while, because it's been, you know, about 2 hours. And I'm gonna step away for a little bit, let the dog out, all that jazz. And why am I here? Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna step away for just a minute or two once this cutscene starts. But it's a great cutscene. It's actually one of my favorites. So it's not necessarily a bad thing that it has to play, you know? Right, Thanatos? What would have happened if everything had stayed like one thing, right? Alright, so there is one cutscene we can skip right here, which unfortunately we do have to skip for the sake of the speedrun. It's a really good cutscene. Okay, and then we're going to get some little sigils popping up for the loading screen. And now the cutscene is going to begin. So I'm going to step away for just a minute. I will be back very shortly. Enjoy the cutscene.
Ayu Babo, Oti Ukaya, Anetu Tara, Ate de Keda Lozi, Adatu, O Nozi, Awo Kuku. O Mara Genara wo so, Inaku Bastizi, Awizi.
Okay, I'm back. And of course, cutscene's still going because, like you said, Thanatos, this cutscene is very long. You know, I think that you could very nearly finish a Spyro any percent in the time that it takes to watch this cutscene. I think. I don't quite remember how long this cutscene goes, but the in-game time of a Spyro any percent is definitely less than this cutscene. Like a straight any percent, not an any percent MBS. This is a very long cutscene, yeah. I think that this goes for about 5 minutes, And the in-game time, my world record for Spyro any percent is 2:59 in-game time, so the full, like, real time is like 7 minutes. So, not quite, I guess, if you just want to do the real time, but... And we're okay? No, we broke our legs because the little boy reached out to grab and then fell through the ladder. That's fine. I was just, you know, trying to make it a little bit faster. But he'll walk it off. As you do. You know, broken bones aren't a thing. Just walk for a little bit and they'll fix themselves. I wish, more than I wish that we could skip the cutscenes, I wish that we could skip this, because it seems so out of place that this is the only place in the game where there isn't a checkpoint. You know, we can't figure out how to trigger one because it's in the cave over to the left. So we just have to wait for Trico. Little Shadow the Colossus lizards, of course. None of them have white tails in this game, but it's just a little, you know, homage to Shadow. Okay, so we're coming up on White Tower Skip, another very infamous part of this run if you are not familiar. I am thankful that Cage Puzzle and White Tower are so close to each other so we can kind of get the really hard parts out of the way. What is kind of unfortunate is that, you know, we're 2.5 hours into the run. So the hardest stuff comes this far in, you know? To be fair, 429 in a Sly Cooper... Oh, Big Yawn Morty! 429 in a Sly Cooper game seems like kind of a long cutscene. I mean, yeah, this game has a ton of long, unskippable cutscenes, for sure. I'm trying to think through, and I literally can't even think of all the cutscenes that you can't skip that take a while. You don't realize, you know, quite how long they take if you're running, because it's almost nice to have that little break. And yet at the same time, if we took the cutscenes out, I bet we could sub 3 this run. If someone could figure out how to skip them. And I've tried, you know, I've done a lot of exploit hunting trying to figure out what can skip those scenes, but little boy, just get over the thing. But so far I haven't found anything. Oh geez, 6 hours? Wow. That's a long game. I honestly can't conceive of doing a speedrun much longer than this. Like, I'm always very tired by the time I get to the end of The Last Guardian. And we're only doing Shadow of the Colossus today because, like, I'm just practicing, right? It's not an actual run. But just the thought of doing, you know, 2 Last Guardians, I can't. I can't even. Yeah, it's a video game movie where you get to move. Yeah, for sure. The end of this game very much feels like that. It's like cutscenes, and then you get control of your character and you run forward like 10 feet, and then there's another cutscene, and then you get control of your character and you press the triangle button, and then there's a cutscene, you know. The end of the game is very much like that. Pacifist Trico in this hallway is super common, so this does not surprise me that he's not killing these guys. This essentially always happens. Just let me get him, buddy. And now he's got to shout for a little bit. Always does. Yeah, Ozuri, I know how much of a sucker for punishment you are, Mr. 50 whatever hours or whatever that is. I can't remember. How long is it? Oh yeah, Shadow Touch, you're right. Aren't they literally like 15 minutes or something? Like they're super long. Oh, where did Morty go? Morty. There he is. See, I want to do a platinum % run of this game, but there's, like, multiple issues with that. The first of which... Trico, what are you doing, please? The first of which being that it's, like, nobody's ever done it, so... I'm thinking we can probably, like, based on my estimation, I'm thinking that if everything goes right, we can probably do it in about 13 hours. But there are a couple trophies in this game that are very problematic. The primary one that comes to mind for people is Call of Nature. You have to catch Trico pooping. That is chance. It's just straight up RNG. And I'm, you know, at some point going to work on, you know, ways that maybe we can manipulate that. But I run The Last Guardian at least once every week on stream. When was the last time you saw Trico poop? It was about 4 months ago, right? So that's a tricky, you know, trophy to have such high RNG in a run that's going to be like 14 hours or something. Oh, that was a straight fail of White Tower. It's been a while since that's happened. That's okay. This is the hardest trick in the run by far, so that's not necessarily unexpected. For those who had never seen this run before, up above me, you might have caught a quick glimpse of them. There's those eyeballs. Trico's very afraid of them, and he's not going to come across until we get rid of those. But because there's a big gap in the bridge, we can't just jump straight across to the eyeballs. Normally, we'd have to go, you know, down here and then around the platforms on this White Tower. I am going to cheat the game into thinking I can walk somewhere that I can't. And that will let me get up to the very top, and we won't have to go all the way around the tower. This is the most difficult trick in the entire run, and it's also one of the biggest time saves. Saves multiple minutes. There we go. So we lost a little bit of time on White Tower, but it's better than the 5 minutes it would take to go around the tower. So, second try. Why does this not, like, push sometimes? Right? There we go. Oh. The physics is just being such a butt face. This is not supposed to take this long. Just go. Just... Are you gonna stop right at the end? Are you kidding me? Just go over the edge. Oh, Zuri, thank you. You've been going crazy lately. Thank you so much. Welcome to our little lizard party, Moose. Once again, this is your second sub. What's your favorite thing about this run? Sorry, I was focused on White Tower. My favorite thing I would say is the fact that it is so different every time. Because you're running with an AI, you never know what he's gonna do. So sometimes things are just, you know, completely goofy. This run is completely goofy. And it's just, it's some hot spicy memes and I love it. It can be super frustrating, don't get me wrong. Because when you're on world record pace and suddenly Trico decides to stare at the wall, that's super frustrating, you know? But at the same time, I don't know, I feel like this run has a lot of character. The best thing about this run is Trollco. You just saved all the time that the cutscene takes? Basically. If you're really, really super fast, you can do the White Tower in about 3.5 minutes, but usually it's closer to 5-ish. Oh, not that. So, yeah, I mean, White Tower saves about 5 minutes. Oh, Trico's adorable. I love him so much. And that's the other thing, like, Trico's design makes it kind of hard to be angry at him, you know? Alright, risky strats, because this is what I live for. Oh boy. Help? Well, I said it was risky, didn't I? I mean, we just get to try again. It's just right here. That's better. Trico, could you move your face? Thanks. Yeah, White Tower saves 5 minutes if you can do it. Exactly. There used to be a point where Satsu was in first at 3:18. Karakusa was in second at 3:28, so there was a 10-minute difference between the first place holder and the second place holder. And you did not need White Tower to get that 3:28. If you wanted to take second, White Tower was not required. Now the boards are a lot more competitive, and you do need White Tower if you want second. But, or even third, I think, at this point. Because we have multiple sub 320 runs.
Atisakiak yetu ninaf aturikono agiane hediroi yo agatu ian ihedu nezuna arakulo kutiu otiana lisoma kyura letu arake.
But I mean, yeah, for sure. I think probably a large majority of you, hi buddy, were there when I was on pace for like a 3:16 at this part of the game. Like, I'm less than an hour from the end, and then just White Tower just killed me. It took me 15 minutes to get White Tower. That was a good drop off of Trico. Nice and smooth, not landing on my face. Is it possible with perfect RNG to sub 320 without White Tower? Yes. With perfect RNG, when Trico always... What? Hey, Trico! Hey! What are you doing, dude? What is the Feather Beast doing with his life right now? But yeah, with perfect RNG, there is so much time saved in this run. But perfect RNG never happens, obviously, you know, because Trico is Trico, and that's what makes it fun. And yet, you know, he's Trico, so... There's drawbridge skip down below. We did that, what, you know, 45 minutes into the run or something. Seems painful to run a 3.5 hour game that's so much RNG. Well, to be fair, if you're one of the top runners, it's more like 3:15. But still, like, I'm joking. I see your point. It can be. It definitely can be. This is not a game, and we've all learned this. I can tell people this, and it doesn't matter. That you have to learn it yourself. You can't push this game. You know, I was just runs away from taking world record, and then I tried to push it, and it just got worse and worse. You know, you can't take this game super seriously because there's so much RNG that you can't control. You're just gonna mentally destroy yourself, you know, being so upset that things aren't going your way. But if you look at it more like the game being trolly, then it becomes a lot more fun. So in that sense, I really like it. I didn't split. Ignore the splits. It's just, I forgot to do that, so... It's basically gambling without stakes. That's a good way to put it, yeah. But I would say, yeah, this run is definitely not for everybody to try. Because, you know, there's only so much you can control. I mean, a lot of people were there, what, a month and a half ago? When I was, again, on pace for an easy world record. It was like 2.5 minutes ahead of world record. And then Trico just didn't move. I needed him to come through a door, and he just never did. This is one of my favorite parts of the run. Like, both casually and as a speed run. Little boy, stop. Yeah, you all remember all of the times that things have gone so well and then, you know, it just gets lost to something that Trico's doing. And sometimes, like in the case of, oh god, in the case of White Tower, you know, it's me. It's that I can't pull off a trick. But more often, when a run dies like that, it's because, you know, Trico just, woo! Trico just isn't, you know, doing the thing he's supposed to do. Physics, too. There was one world record run that I lost to. We just did cage puzzle, right? And the cage falls down into, like, the branches of a tree. There was one point where, you know, I was on world record pace, again, by a lot. And I died there. That's great. We'll have to just push this again. It fell down into the branches of the tree. and it just wouldn't move. The physics of the game would not let the cage move any further. And so it was essentially a soft lock because I could not move the cage. I couldn't solve the puzzle. Ooh, stream avatars. That's actually a good idea, Thanatos. I have added it to my my browser bar. Oh god, Trico has so many spears. So again, if you're not familiar with this run, the game is going to perform a spear check here. It's going to check how many spears Trico has in him. And if he has too many, the little boy is going to say, hold on, Trico, I'll pull it out. So, because we had to reset that checkpoint because the boy fell to his death, it auto-filled what happened to be a ton of spears. So we're not going to pass the check. I pulled some of them out in the hopes that we do pass the check, now that I've pulled them out. But if we don't, if the little boy still says, hold on, Trico, I'll pull it out, we did leave that one spear left to pull. Because there is the possibility that the game will say, hold on, Trico, I'll pull it out, you have no spears to pull. Which is why I left that spear there. The Trico should not be alive. Yeah, I mean, that minecart should have done something, you would think, besides just break its helmet off. These things that we're shooting up there are enemies that we would have to deal with later. So there's hold on, Trico, I'll pull it out. Which is why I left that other spear. Unfortunately, we don't get to see if we actually pass the spear check until we do all of this other stuff, and then we see if the cutscene triggers or not. So we have to trust that this final spear will be enough to, you know, to fix that. Oh boy, you have to reset the console and everything? At least with Spyro, when Spyro soft locks, you know, I just have to close out of the game and start it up again. Because you can totally soft lock Spyro during any percent or during 80 dragons. Dog! Can you not? The dog got down from his bed and started digging at the Elgato cord. Hey, Sla. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you're doing well today. There's no way the barrels don't break from the fall. The only thing that ever breaks from falling down is Trico. Even the little boy. He's just a pile of jello. Like, he'll land on the ground and be like, oh, I broke my leg. And then 5 minutes later, he's like, nah, I'm fine. What are you talking about? Well, welcome to the land of the living, Slow. I hope you had a good sleep. Doorknob. Hello. But, boy, I feel like you, always have pretty bad luck. Alright, so there's the cutscene. We did pass the spear check. So, about that, Moose, right? Where the little boy grabs Trico when falling from a great height, can we just point out that at any other point, whenever Trico moves, he's just shedding feathers. He's just poof. Big cloud of feathers around him the whole time. They're always falling off. And yet when the boy grabs him, those feathers are super glued onto his back. Like, you know that the little boy would just grab those feathers and just whoosh and come through with a handful and just keep falling. Trico negates all fall damage? He does, actually. That's why I landed on him when I threw those barrels down. He does genuinely negate fall damage. Because he's soft and squishy. Oh, doorknob, that's the worst. We almost did that on the Ohio Turnpike, like, last year. They had construction, and we were coming out of a fuel station, and because of the construction, the lane next to us had, like, a big, lip where the asphalt was higher. And we ran straight over that, and yeah, it, like, jerked the car and lifted up one side. We both had a heart attack. I'm glad you're okay, though. For sure. You don't shed feathers, you molt feathers. Gosh. Excuse me. When he takes the time to poop when solving the puzzle with the 2 towers. Like, I cherish the moments that Trico poops because he does it so rarely and because his poops are little jiggle balls and you get to play with them. That didn't sound weird at all. But, like, for real, if you've never seen Trico's poops, they're adorable. But it's genuinely been like 4 months or something since we've gotten Trico to poop. Yeah, doorknob, so you had to just, like, straight up yank your car the other way to tip it back over. Ugh. Long grab. Don't do that to me, little boy. Come on, Trico. Alright, good. We need Trico to face us. This is the only part where we actually need him to face us or he won't shoot. I mean, Trico poops are adorable. They're like little sloshy jello shots. Yeah, most people get the Trico Poops trophy on accident. I really, like, I am gonna sit down and actually work on, can we get this to be consistent? Can I find a consistent way, or a consistent location, a setup, whatever, to get Trico to poop? Not necessarily on command, but in a semi-reliable way. Because otherwise we're never gonna be able to do Platinum %. Since that's a trophy. If your jello shots look like poop, there is an issue. Or perhaps if your poops look like jello shots, there is an issue. Alright, I'll catch up with chat here in just a second. This part is very finicky. I have to make this blind shot. Because I didn't actually get to see, you know, if I was lined up onto this shot. And then Trico needs to... It does look like I missed. That's alright. The most important one is this one. And Trico is going to be willing to shoot this. So... Now hopefully he doesn't push me off the ledge and we can get these other ones. Treeks. Well, okay. There's the push off the ledge. So we'll get the rest of the mirrors later. The most important one was just the one we did just get. Because that will stop progression for now. Imagine if you have to constantly play the same game over and over just to... Trico! Just to wait for poop. I have some, like, inclinations of what might get Trico to poop if we just mess with it a little bit. Trico, buddy. Buddy, you have been broken this entire game, but just, I really need you to do this, okay? Where are you going? Where are you going? Where are we going, dude? Okay, if you're gonna be back in here, then I'm gonna try to set up for the mirrors again. Are you just going to ignore me? He can't even get his tail to work. Oh boy. What a run this has been. Complete nonsense. But hey, honestly, having a setup for these mirrors again, not the worst. I would rather have these gone now. But yeah, if you're joining for the first time and you've never seen this run before, I cannot begin to explain how broken this has been the entire time. It's been quite fun though. Okay, now I can split early mirrors. Look at this time, by the way. I have not been this slow in The Last Guardian in literally like a year. But, you know, broken game, broken time, whatever.
Long may the sun shine. You are a true friend.
Alzeri, what are you on, my dude? Thank you so much. Yeah, Miss Ray, this has been a trip. He has to be out of combat and in a flat area. Yeah. That's why, like, entering into the water puzzles or at the top of the White Tower are, like, two of the most common places for him to poop. We're still on Trico poop. We have not departed from this topic.
You are a true friend.
And Mushu as well. Thank you so much. If you all keep this up, I'm gonna get more emote slots. And is that truly what you want? Oh, it's September. Yeah. Oh, hey, I'm not complaining. But really, I do appreciate it, everybody. Thank you. We are getting, like, really close to another emote slot, so... So you all have helped that cause. Now all these mirrors are gone, because one way or another Trico was eventually, maybe, able to explode them. Hey, buddy.
Long may the sun shine.
Slower. Slower.
You are a true friend.
Thank you. Y'all are awesome. I completely forgot it was September, by the way. I totally need to go and, like, toss a sub to like 1 million people.
Long may the sun
Oh, Siri.
You are a
Oh, Alzuri, speaking of, since there's no other, like, true way that I can say thank you besides just saying thank you, your bit emote, I changed it. You actually have, like, your own custom bit emote now, instead of just a picture of Morty. No! Shadow Tash, no! I have a vent from my furnace that's kind of above me. It's a little to the left. And during my GDQ run of Last Guardian, a spider came down from it. And I was like, are you kidding me? What is happening here? So yeah, it was basically right after Eyeball, where Trico breaks the bridge after you push the eye off of the platform when he jumps over to you. And he's leaving. A spider just kind of floated down into my face. You can actually hear me talk about it during the GDQ run. Toss a sub to your Witcher. I love it. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that song was super stuck in my head. I was kind of 50-50 on the TV show, having really enjoyed the game, but that song, you know, it did what they wanted it to do. The only solution to spiders is fire. I don't mind daddy long legs. Those are fine. And I don't mind, you know, even just like picking those up and putting them outside. They're buddies. Any of those creepy, fuzzy things? No. No. Treeks, buddy. Keep your head still so I can hop off. Fuzzy equals cute. I'm sure if I took the time to look at their faces, they would be adorable, but I don't have time because they're crawling at me like the spawn of Satan at 60 miles an hour, and they need to go. I appreciate that I was struggling to climb Trico because I was on his stomach, and so the game just decided to teleport me through his leg and onto his shoulder. I always looked at it with weird eyes since I like the Witcher games more than the series. I've never actually read the books, although I understand that a lot of people like them, but the game was actually one where we had it for quite a few years, and we were like, you know, we'll get to this at some point. And then, as soon as I started playing it, I was like, I need to do everything. I need to do everything. I love this. And I got every single one of those treasures outside Skellige. And I hate myself for it, and those sirens can go die in a hole. But I really liked that game. So yeah, like, it's not... You all know me, and I don't like to spoil games for people. But it's not too much of a spoiler to say that, you know, in The Witcher, you have the opportunity occasionally to use, like, little rowboats to move around. I do not like that those can get destroyed and they don't respawn. So eventually you could destroy all of the boats in the game world and then you just have to swim everywhere. I did not like that. It made searching for those treasures, like, really stressful. But can we talk about how good my Gwent deck was, though? Because it was dope. Don't mind spiders, hate daddy long legs. I don't know. I think daddy long legs are cute, and just something about the fact that their bodies are so tiny. I'm like, yeah, this is fine. And on the other end of the spectrum, I wouldn't mind having a tarantula. That also doesn't bother me. You know? It's literally just those creepy, middling size, but mostly too large spiders that I don't like. I actually really want a scorpion. But we've got too many animals. Alzeri, thank you for the resub. 14 months, I appreciate it. I did also finally give you like an actual like 1 year badge of Morty. Because we didn't have anything before. Y'all are just like more generous than I ever expect, so I didn't have like the 1 year badge and stuff. Because I never expected that. You upgraded yourself to tier 2? I gotta toss some emote in there. I'll give you an emote. If you went to tier 2, I'll fill that with something. Let me think. Or like just tell me what you want for your emote and I'll pop it in there. Because I have auto emote approval, so. Yeah, oh sorry. I would never I don't expect anybody to ever, you know, sub or anything, but my goodness, you have been just insane. Calm thyself down, friend. I do appreciate your generosity so much. But I'll catch up with chat here in just a minute. There's going to be like a little cutscene, since I know y'all have been talking. It's just that this pathway is very narrow, and then as soon as we come out here, I'm going to try. Trico's kind of been a troll, so he probably won't do it. I am going to try to have Trico catch me instead of going down the tower as you're intended. But Trico kind of doesn't love me today, so he'll probably just walk and let me splat. Okay, he got me. Gwent was the actual game, all the other stuff was just bonus. I'm just catching up on chat. Yeah, Fanciful Unicorn, Witcher 3 had so much side stuff you can burn 100 hours and barely touch the main story. Definitely. It was always like, I sat down to play and I would be like, you know, what am I going to do today? Am I just going to do side quests? Am I just going to do the main story?
You are a true friend.
Draco, thank you so much. This is the most subs I've ever gotten in one day. Well, I guess just about ever. Just finished Nier Automata. Oh, I really liked that game. Oh, this is the nicest community I've had the experience of talking with. Thank you, Shadow Tash. That means a lot. I'm still catching up with the chat. I got a couple of, Trico, calm your feathery butt. Okay, okay, okay. Y'all are gonna have to keep talking, though, because this fight is one of the hardest fights in the game, so... Trico, buddy. Okay, fine, fine. We're shooting for this one. That's fine. We won't get the one on the end. This guy should calm down because he's in front of the mirror. If Trico is gonna do that to those guys, I am never gonna complain, because that's always a guaranteed kill if he gets them with his face. Schmeck. Good job, buddy. Alright, he's got one more up with him. I knew I was gonna grab his tail. And then this one down here, which apparently he chose to focus on, because of course he did. Alright, once all the enemies are dead, this door is gonna open. A guy is gonna come out with one of those eyeball shields. And in order to stop him from doing that, I'm going to stand right here and shine a mirror right in his face. And he's going to be like, oh, what the heck, right when he comes out. And he's going to drop his mirror. That is the entire purpose of me standing here and staring at a wall. So if we get unlucky, a different guy with an eyeball shield will come out. That's not guaranteed. We'll just have to see. Oh, both of them! Way to go, dude! Alright, this guy doesn't have a shield, so we're free of shields for this fight, at least. I cannot believe my time. We're gonna come in at, like, a 3:30, and I just cannot believe that. It's been so long since I've had anything higher than a 3:26. But this run has been such memes. It was really fun. You got him, buddy? Well, yes and no. Okay. Okay, he's gone. Okay, I think the music is done. I hope that it's done, because if it's not, the skip is not gonna work. Yeah, I love how everything seems to go well now, right? When we're like 15 minutes behind what I could be. But that's cool. I think I'm going to put this run on YouTube anyway, because you know what? This was some spicy memes. Like, even just look at the time save there. That was a really good fight. Yeah, Sloa, I think that Breath of the Wild really kind of towed the line almost a little too close to what I was willing to put up with. Like, I agree with you. There needs to be, like, a greater focus than just wandering around. And Skyrim becomes, I think, a little bit too overwhelming almost, because there's so much side stuff that you can do. You lose focus on what you're doing. Oh no, Trico. That was like worst case scenario, buddy. Alright, I'm trying to blow these guys up so that so that their heads like fly through the air. Yeah, like that, and wake up these guys. I don't know if I got both of them, but I did at least get one. I saw the green light, so. No! No, what are you doing, you dumb little munchkin? So here's where we introduce the problem that everything is the circle button. So I wanted to use the mirror, and instead I went and did the thing. Where's his head? What? Okay. Here you go, buddy. Have a face. Thank you for... Oh, boy. Just have a face, please. Best run ever. Yeah, this has been a trip. For sure. This helmet is gonna get me. He's gonna try to run and grab this helmet instead of using the... Okay. Camera, what are you doing? Can Trico even hit this? I doubt it. Smack him. Trico? Trico? Y'all are seeing this, right? Like, we started with the memes, we conclude with the memes. Trico's tail wasn't even in the air. He's on his lunch break, you know. Thank you, I got a trophy. I'm so excited. So I'm running this on just a different profile than the one I would normally be running on, which is why we got that trophy. This is not my platinum profile. Yeah, it's because I said I was gonna get the 330. You're exactly right. I jinxed myself. Alright, buddy. Sit down. Oh, Sloa, if you're still here, I know it's been a while now since since you said that, but what, like, in your estimation were the shortcomings of Breath of the Wild? Because I know that not every... Put the thing in the thing. Not everybody liked it. Oh yeah, sure. Good open world game, not a good Zelda game. That makes sense. Yeah, it's missing a lot of kind of the classic Zelda features, you know? Ugh, all talked out. Yeah, Shadow Tash, that's the other one that concerns me besides Call of Nature, to be honest. So you can see if I'm facing forward, Shadow Tash, this door, we were talking about this earlier. This is where the mirror guy will come out in a bit. I hate it when Trico does that. I have that guy, like, set up to be killed, and then Trico not only interrupts me, but then also doesn't kill the guy when he interrupts me. I've lost my spear boy. Where did he go? Shoot, Trico, buddy. Trico, buddy. Thank you for saving me in a timely manner. Alright, surely there's nobody else, right? This walking guy is a nightmare, so if I could get him, that would be great. And, you know, couldn't, of course. Where'd the other guy go? Oh, you didn't kill him. I see. I see. Yeah, sure. I was standing at the wrong door. Of course I was. Of course I was. Trico, I'm gonna need you to explode this guy, like, real fast. Not really that, but I guess I'll take it. If I get caught in front of this door, I am done for. So yeah, Shadow Tash, I'm totally giving you tips on how to find that mirror guy, and then I don't find the mirror guy. I'm always gonna choose this guy that's walking when I have the option between the two, because he's so much harder to hit. Shoot, buddy. Did you just see that? Did you just see that? On the left-hand side of the screen, there was a helmet flying through the air, glitching through the wall, and going into space. What is this run? I'm gonna go back and highlight that, because I doubt that anybody really noticed. Trico, can you kill that last guy, or are we just gonna, like, be here all day? What? What? I was at the wrong door again. Okay, that's entirely on me. That's on me. But now there's two guys with mirrors, and this is a catastrophe. Put me down. Put me down. Put me down. No, no, no. Not through the door. Okay, this is actually bad, though, because I'm gonna get stuck in a loop of being caught and these guys picking up the mirrors. And Trico's not gonna be able to save me because he's distracted by the mirrors. Okay, okay, okay. Alright, he broke one of them just now, so that will really help. But say goodbye to any time save. We are looking at falling behind a 330. Are you present for this moment? That we fall behind a 330. For real. Oh, and I fell out of this guy's arms, and yet I'm still somehow caught because reasons. Alright, Trico, buddy. I'm gonna help you here, dude. Okay, well. Are there any armors left? He shove somebody else to the wall? Okay, stay where you are, Trico. Please don't move. Please don't move. Where's the armor? That's okay, he just killed it. Well, now his butt's kind of in the way, so. Yeehaw! We're only 44 seconds behind. To be fair, we could still save this. We could still, like, come out ahead. But I don't think that we can come out sub 330 anymore. This has been potentially the worst Last Guardian run that I've had in the last year. But that's okay, because do you know how much fun this is? I am having so much fun. That's why I love this speedrun. Also, I did just remember that Mushu said something quite a while back that I am going to go and look at. So Mushu, if you are still here, I promise I'm going to read your message. This is like the most hectic part of the entire run, but we do actually have a little bit of time now. And also, I did just check my sub points, and for real, people, we are just basically at another emote. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mushu. Okay. I appreciate it. I mean, as long as he fits in the layout, I would be happy to have more. Assuming, you know, that you want anything that I'm doing, of course. I don't quite remember what I submitted. I'm pretty sure that I submitted this. And today has been an excellent showing of what you could expect. I'm kidding. And Spyro. I might have submitted Inside, I don't remember. Is it possible to post links? Yes. Moose, I can give you permission. Thank you, Moose. Is it just me, or is this going down very, very slowly? Just like pushing that eyeball at White Tower. I mean, that would not surprise me. Look at what the rest of this run has looked like. Like, that's what makes this so interesting to me, right? I basically just did a 3.5-hour run where the entire physics engine of the game was not working correctly. Like, how is that possible, right? It wasn't completely broken, but it was definitely a little bit broken, you know? Okay, so it looks like Trico, hopefully, is going to take 2 jumps out of here. That's basically the best that he can do. Or he can just, you know, kind of sit here. I was really hoping that he pooped right there. Because that's a super common place for him to poop. I didn't really give him too much time, though. If I would have given him more time, I think he would have. So this is the part I was talking about early in the run, where it's basically like cutscenes, and then 5 seconds of gameplay, and then cutscenes. See, like, I have this much gameplay, and then another cutscene. Also, I know Morty isn't entirely in the camera, but he is such a mood right now. He's laying on his stomach, and his arms are, like, folded back behind him. He's just the epitome of lazy. If laziness was a physical entity, it would be him. Time save. Bringing it back to the positive. Oh, thank you, Mushu. That's so nice. Like, honestly, it depends, because as I recall, it was going to be pretty short, right? The marathon. Because Last Guardian would take like a pretty big chunk of it if it was going to be short. And I don't just say this kind of like to cover my own butt as if I did really poorly today. I say this genuinely. This was one huge meme of a run. So a lot of times it's a lot more chill than this. It's a lot like things are actually going the way they're supposed to. So, I mean, if you're trying to introduce people to speedrunning and kind of doing this for the first time, I would say Spyro 80 Dragons is probably like the best overall run, because it's got cool glitches that people will not have encountered in casual play, but they're at the same time they're easy to understand. It's less than an hour, you know. I think it's just a little bit more accessible. Yeah, Fanciful Unicorn, I don't think Morty's gonna get a job. I think he's got a little bit too much sass. But yeah, I love this speedrun. And this is the speedrun that I have done the longest, like total time, out of any runs. But it's not right for every marathon, I guess I will say. But every run of The Last Guardian is going to include 3.5 hours of me being like, Trico, what are you doing? You know, because that never changes. Yeah, that's true, Moose. Once you have an idea of what, like, should be happening, you really get a true sense of how the troll is coming through. Yeah, Mushu, like, out of all the runs that I do, Spyro 80 Dragons is the most common for me to do at a marathon because it has, like, a nice balance of easy to understand, still uses glitches. The glitches are really interesting. You can definitely tell that they're super breaking the game, but they're not, like, overwhelming. You know, there's still a lot of the run that isn't glitches for people to look at, that sort of thing. Oh, Spyro's so fun. Even if you just buy it to play it casually, it feels really good to play. They did a really good job with it. That's definitely true, Unicorn. Spyro is very much along the same lines as, like, Banjo-Kazooie. It's the same principle. It's a platformer. You go, you collect things, you do levels, you know. It has all of those features. Spyro any percent in a marathon. I've done, like, straight any percent or glitched any percent usually only takes about 7 minutes. So I do that as a bonus run after 80 Dragons if people, you know, donate to that incentive. And there was one marathon I ran at Pace, which is a GSA event, and I did Spyro any percent for that. And then Zik did Spyro 2 any percent right after. Yeah, definitely, Unicorn. Like, there are different genres of speedrunning for sure. I do not think we're gonna sub 330. I don't think it's possible. 330. Oh boy. To put it in perspective, you know, for those who are unfamiliar with me running this game, by the time that we're done with this, I'm gonna be, like, approaching 15 minutes slower than my PB. So, oh, this run is going on YouTube. Technically, if we're really lucky, we could still get a 330. You know, it might not be a 331. Trico's probably gonna hit the cage and not the master for this first blow. Oh, he did actually hit the master, so we got the 330. Usually he hits the cage. Well, that was a run. Thank you for joining. Oh, Shadow Tash, that's a good idea. I can do that. It would have to be for the next run. Because, you know, it takes a long time to paint Trico. But that's actually a really good idea. I'll have to write down all the colors that Trico can be. I love how troll TLG is. It's like always hoping and waiting. What happens never gets boring. Yeah, that's why I like running it. Because just when you think everything is fine, it's like, oh, Trico's head is inside a wall. I guess we're standing here for 2 minutes, you know? Still underestimate? Yeah, Mushu, I give really high estimates for Last Guardian. Partially because I can't control when things get trolly. As you can see, you know, this was a 15-minute-ish swing compared to my, you know, the potential that I have. That's a really high swing. But also because if I give a high estimate and then we have a donation incentive for cutscenes, people are more likely to accept the cutscene incentive because it adds about 20 minutes. Because it's more likely to then fit inside the estimate that I already gave. So. Morty. Morty's got scales hanging off the top of his head because he's still shedding. So yeah, unlike what we would normally do, I'm gonna play Shadow of the Colossus now, after this. I mean, we're gonna watch these final cutscenes, for those who haven't seen it. But, normally I would just be done, but not today, folks. I worked so hard all week, I'll have you know, to be able to have enough time to play this and Shadow of the Colossus. Oh, perfect, Mushu. Since we're in the middle of cutscenes, I'll actually go and give Morty treats right now. Let me move the camera, like, with him so I can see where he's going. Morty, where are you going, dude? Well, Morty's kind of on his own path, so while he figures that out, I'm gonna give him some snacks. Thank you for cashing those in. I guess I'll mute the mic so you don't have to listen to 6 minutes of me getting out of this leather chair. I'll be back. B. Morty has his treats. I gave him 2 blueberries and 1 grape. And he was not a fan of the grapes when I tried to give them to him. I put it in his face and he just hissed at me. But now he wanted them, of course, because, you know, I walked away. So yeah, we'll watch these cutscenes because, you know, some people haven't seen them before. And then once that is over, I will switch to Shadow of the Colossus. And I've never speedrun Shadow of the Colossus, so we're just going to be learning. And there will probably be more memes because, like I said, I've never done it. What kind of lizard is he? He's a blue-tongued skink. So he comes from Australia. He basically is a sausage with legs. And his tongue is blue so that it doesn't get sunburnt. You can kind of see when he's flicking his tongue that his tongue is blue. And, you know, for clarity's sake, let it be said, his name isn't actually Morty or Mort, it's Artorias. But he's a little bit too dumb looking to fit a name like Artorias.
Agoji, Ajukui, Atisnekatagi.
Yeah, a lot of the speed tricks in Shadow of the Colossus are quite challenging. I signed up for a newbie race for Shadow of the Colossus speedrunning, so I'm literally just going to try to get, like, the basics. I'm not going to try for, like, the jump off of Gaius' sword. I'm not really going to try that. At least the one onto his head. I guess you can jump from his sword past his bracelet, so I'll try that. So this is an after credits scene. If you've never seen this before, at the end of this game, it's definitely worth seeing. I feel like Mort is now the official name. It absolutely is. I don't remember the last time that we called him Artorias. You wouldn't even know that his name was Artorias, except that on the side of his enclosure, when he was a baby, I did like little handprints of him so that I could remember how small his hands were. And that still says Artorias. His little handprint thing. I promise this is an after credits scene. It just takes a ridiculously long amount of time to start. Although I guess while this is playing, I should probably... Oh no, never mind. I was going to say I should go find Shadow of the Colossus, but I pulled it out earlier. Oh yeah, my about thing also says Artorias. I should probably change that to Mort. He's so big considering he's only 2? Yeah. He's huge. You don't really have a sense of how big Artie is because he's on cam. But he's, like, more than 2 feet long. He's 26 inches. Wait, let me... I'm gonna change... I feel dumb. 64 centimeters-ish is how big Artie is for my non-US folks. Hey, Fantasia, thank you for the host. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, chunk fits. Yeah. Wow, that's a big lizard. Morty is actually my smallest lizard. I tend to keep large reptiles. But yeah, there's a reason, besides his natural charisma, that Morty is usually the one on stream. It's kind of hard to wrangle, you know, a 4-foot tegu to be on a camera. Yeah, for sure, Unicorn. Morty is really big. Like, he's much larger than the average lizard. Thank you, Fantasia, for redeeming your lizard wizard scales. Welcome to being a lizard wizard for the day. May you enjoy your magical lizard powers. Thank you, Fantasia. Hello to you as well. Ha! We had never gotten Lightning Emissary on this profile? Really? I guess this is a profile that I've never played Last Guardian on. Because yeah, there's the We Are Far Apart, which is the trophy you get for literally finishing the game. So... So, yeah, there you go. Lightning Emissary is for completing the game in less than 5 hours. Platinum, here we come. Hi, Sancho. Thanks for joining. Would you look at the time, though? 3:30. Oh, boy. This was a run. So, hang around, because I'm going to... put Shadow the Colossus in, and we're going to do some Shadow the Colossus. Nice try, Sancho. Alright, let me close this, because we don't need the splits anymore. I'm going to get up just real quick and switch the disc. I'll be back in just a second. Sancho, actually, you're here. Could you do me a huge favor? Could you go to the Shadow the Colossus Discord and let them know that I'm starting Shadow, because some of them wanted to know when I was gonna start. Alright, I'll be back in like 2 seconds. I'm just gonna switch the disc from Last Guardian to Shadow the Colossus. So I have this special, like, pre-order fancy box edition of Shadow of the Colossus, and this is going to take me like 6 years to open without tearing it. And why did I put this back together the way it was supposed to be? What have I done? Okay, okay. Oh, wait. I don't want to, like, ruin the box, you know? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna sit back down here for a hot second because this is such a nice box, but why can't I get the thingy to come out? Why have I done this? Like, for real. We're not gonna be playing Shadow of the Colossus for very long if I can't get it out of the box. Okay, look at the box. Am I being stupid? Am I trying to open this in a way that is not intended for it to be opened? Oh no, I see the problem. Doesn't mean I can fix it, but I see the problem. Okay. Rip it open like a savage. I mean, like, I'm trying both sides, and I don't want to... I got it out at some point, because I have the platinum. I just want the steelbook. Oh, yes! Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Get out of the box, though. Yeah, speedrun opening the Last Guardian, or the Shadow of the Colossus box. Turns out I'm not in first place. Okay, I'm gonna put this in. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay. So, you didn't know this was going to be a challenge run, did you? Challenge run to open the Shadow of the Colossus DVD case. Jeez. Whew. Wait. Hold on. I think I need to switch profiles real quick, which means I need to turn the Elgato, like, visual off so that you can't see my husband's profile and, like, his name and everything. Okay, so I'm gonna actually turn that off real quick and switch profiles, because we need to be in a game where I've already beaten it, which I'm pretty sure we've beaten it on this one. Where is it? Where is it? Shadow of the Colossus. Okay. Alright, let's try this. Yeah, no doxing today. So hopefully this was the profile that I played on the last time that I played on stream, because I know that I beat the game. I just need to be able to get to the statues, you know, to practice the individual colossi. Because today I'm not going to spend time just running to the colossi. I'll do that sort of practice on a different day. Sanso just wants to know where to deliver a copy of Eco. I can't... Well, this doesn't look promising, does it? Yeah, is this not the profile that I did? Fine, probably fine. Where's Troll Horse? Yeah, the game automatically saves your progress, and that's great, except this must not have been the profile. Hey, I love this cutscene, but I just have to check if we have save data here. Because if we don't, I'm gonna have to switch profiles again. Yeah, no, we don't. Okay. Let me duck out again. Because like I said, I'm not running to each of the colossi today. Fine. Wait. Let's just do this one. Like, I know that this is a profile that has it completed. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Alright. I literally have a platinum trophy on this profile, so... Yes, Sancho. In retrospect, maybe I should have waited for a little bit. So it wasn't just black screen and me being like, what is happening? But yeah, this should be fine. We have a platinum, so no other trophies are gonna pop. And y'all, if you see somebody's name, just like, don't steal our identity, I guess. You know. This game is basically 16 White Tower skips. Okay, now, right off the bat, I'm gonna be honest and say, pretty sure that since I have the platinum, I have, like, all of the items and all of the, you know, everything. It says Colossi defeated. So if I just go into this normal plus thingy with 16 defeated Colossi and just make sure that I use the regular sword, I should be okay, right? I'm gonna have more stamina, I guess, and health than I normally would. But I should still basically be okay, right? Like, just for practice. Pulled out a really old PS2 game on stream one day, and I found live on stream that I had named one of my save profiles my full first and last name. RIP. Oh, more stamina means less stabs? Well, that means that I don't get to quite practice, like, the correct, you know, configuration of stabs, right? Like, whether it should be a full charge or whatever. That's one wide voice screen. Because I want to practice the basic, like, how you kill Colossi. Just for, like, a newbie. But I don't want to practice the getting to the Colossi bit. Like, I think... But that doesn't really even take that long, does it? It doesn't take that long. Like, Barba probably is the furthest one away, right? Or Argus. That's not that long. I guess I could just start, like... Yeah, the time attacks are great for individual... Oh, but... See, that was my plan, JK. I was gonna do... Like, I wanted a profile where I had all the statues. So will my health and everything, like, appropriately scale to each... Hi, aggro. To each, like, dude? How do I... Borf, I don't even remember how to do this. Yeah, it does. Okay. Perfect. So we can use time attacks in order to practice. But I gotta remember... Okay. Let's just, like, go around for a little bit. This is jump. This is this, except for this is also stab, as I recall. This is... That's aggro. What... I'll figure it out. It'll all just come back to me once I start fighting a Colossus. The only time attack that's way different is Hydrus. Okay. That's good to know. Can I not just, like, pray at these? Hi, sword. I don't need you. Thank you, Mushu. I appreciate it. I appreciate your sub as well. R2. R2. That's this. Oh, you know what? What controller configuration do y'all use? Because I think... Controls, right? Yeah. This would make a difference, wouldn't it? Do you all just... Thank you. Do y'all just use, like, the same controller configurations? Modern remap is what most people use? Okay. Okay, so my knowledge of Valus for speedrunning is essentially stab him only a little bit in the leg. Or don't maybe stab him in the leg. I'm just gonna kill Valus as fast as I can, and then I'll think about what was different. Because I need a little bit of warm-up anyway. Dude, hey. Hey. Stop walking. I am so used to The Last Guardian, where it literally just grabs. Stab. So yeah, the majority of this is just memories from my childhood. Stab. A stab. How about them apples? I'm sure you could kill him in like 30 seconds. Jump stab for the flex, sure. I've always tried that like leaping off of the ledge and falling down stab on Celosia or Cenobia, whichever one is the one that's afraid of fire. I can never keep them straight. And I've never gotten it. Okay, now I have the tutorial thingy open. And like realistically, Valus is like the least that I'm worried about. Alright, so I'm just real briefly here looking at Quad. So you come up on Quad's... Quadratus seems basically normal. This is just, I'm just super fast forwarding through a video. So it seems basically like Quadratus is basically like normal. So let's just go ahead and give him a swing. Celosia, yeah, that's the one that's afraid of fire. I thought that it was Celosia, but is there a way to get him to slow down faster? Moose, you mean like to get Valus to not walk so far? I imagine if I would have just whistled at him earlier, he would have not. Okay. I need a bow. How do I equip a bow? Got a bow. Great. Shoot your little footsie. Bam. Missed. Okay. Footsie. Bam. Got it. Oh, well, that's a thing that happened. I remember as... Wander, could you just grab this, please? I remember as a kid, if you were quick enough, you could, like, climb all the way to the back before he stood up. Boy, it feels like I'm going real slow. Okay, surely that is like the worst possible place to grab this thing. Could you not? Three Stabberoonies? Well, that surprises me. I thought that thing might die after only one. And I can do, you know, practicing plants so that I don't fall around like a dumbhead. Like this. But we're learning. That's the important part. Oh, holding the stab button makes it charge faster? For real? Huh. Yes, I do have a pro, Foxy. I don't know, like, how much difference that makes and in what areas. Oh, I'm fine with the stamina. Just, like, don't worry about it. It's fine. There was a lot of wiggling around that I probably shouldn't have done. Hey, Usurp. Thanks for joining. How you been? Yeah, this game is so good. I love this game so much. Whee! Alright, while this is loading, let me check out... Oh god, Gaius really is the next one? Oh, jeez. Well, at least I don't have to climb to his arena, right? Okay, let me just very briefly watch a little bit of how you do Gaius. Because, well, okay, to be fair, I don't want to try to do the whole thing where you jump off of Gaius' sword and onto his head. I just want to do the bit where you jump off of his sword and past his armband. And that's not in the video that I'm watching. So if anybody has any tips about how to do that, that would be awesome. That's not the right button. 6 minutes. Oh, I hope you feel better, Usurp. Yeah, because my goal in this is not actually to be, like, really good at these. I'm still completely new. I want to be able to do a little bit of speedrun stuff. Like jump from his sword over his bracelet. Okay, I think that I understand what you're talking about. Did I thought that I hit him on his little belly sigil. Hey, buddy. Could you stop? I kind of thought that you would just immediately get angry and swing at me. And that's not what happened. Are you gonna stomp? Yeah. Stompy boy. Boy, I am just looking fine. Okay. So this has always been my problem with Gaius. I don't know how to actually get him to swing at me. He just walks toward me all the time. How is it just like a distance thing? Is it an aggro thing? Because if I could just solve that, I'm already like ahead of where I was, you know? Just run forward a little at the start. Okay. And then let's try that. You all are gonna have such a blast watching me just completely fail these things. Okay. I ran forward a little. Is that good enough? Hey, buddy. Hey. Hey, stop. 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 Stop walking! Alright, you gonna do it? Alright, alright. Alright, hey! Hey! We're supposed to stop, you butt face. Okay. Okay, maybe a little further. Alright, I'm gonna... Right here. This little patch of no grass. It's probably way too close. Okay, okay, okay. Wow, I did not need to be that far away. Oh god, what's the crouch button? What's the crouch button? I forget. Okay. Gaius has always been really hard for me. I promise I'll do better. Which is your favorite Colossi? Phalanx. I really like Phalanx. Alright, he did it when I was here, so maybe I can, like, hit his sigil and do a little bit of damage in the meantime. Well, okay, a little bit. Just, okay, that's the crouch button. Got it, got it. Alright, alright. No, no, no. Well, I'm kind of here. I'm kind of here. No, I'm not. It was better. It was better. I stayed on the sword for a little bit longer. Are you used to classic controls? I'm used to Last Guardian controls because I was playing Last Guardian 5 minutes ago, so... Alright, buddy. Alright, buddy. Ouch. Would it be faster if I do this? Kind of. Okay, well I made it further. I want to do it from the beginning of the fight, not like leading him around, because ideally I don't lead him around, right? Yeah, hold grip so you don't fall off as easily. But, like that crouch thing is the grip button, right? Alright, 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 alright. Buddy, buddy! I was absolutely holding the grip button and he just like tumbled off anyway. But if I grab an edge, can I still do the little like hop up thingy to get past his bracelet? Oh, so if I can actually grab his wrist, like the hairy part, and not just the sword, then yeah, sure, I can hold on. And I'm assuming there that that first little heave-ho thing was the bit where I could have hopped over his wrist. Let me like look around for a minute. Does he ever do any other thing once you're up here and you've missed that could give you a second chance to do that? You know? Because mostly he's just kind of swinging his arm around. There's nothing much I can do. I'm gonna hop over here. I'm just kind of messing around real quick. So there's nowhere to go from here, essentially. Okay, so, because, you know, he has his sword down on the ground, right? And then he, like, lifts it up. But there's, like, multiple parts to that. After this try, I'll, you know, kind of zip through the video again. Because it's a video that shows the head jump, but I imagine that the same principle still applies, you know? I knew that Gaius was going to be one of the hardest things for me, so this doesn't surprise me. Well, I tried. Alright, let me check out this video one more time. Okay, so it's the part of the heave where the sword is still facing down and then it like comes up for the first time. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I might have to practice Gaius separately, because like I said, I knew he was going to be hard for me. Thanks for your help, everybody. I appreciate it. So I kind of just want to try it... Whoa. That was my bad. We're not getting up before he does his thingy. I kind of want to try it from closer to where everybody would do it like they were going to go to the head. Like, maybe I can do that. I kind of just assumed that was going to be like way too hard to start. But even a really bad launch is going to be better than what I'm getting, so... Because everybody else is usually, like, back here, right? And then, like, right about there, they would have jumped, except I fell off. Okay, so... when he lowers his sword... or, like, when it levels out, sure, that makes sense to me. But, for the sake of doing the waist jump... like, it seems to me, my instinct is that I want to be basically where his arm turns into a sword. Like, that's the spot I want to be standing. But maybe that's not, like right here is basically where I would want to be, you know? That kind of felt like maybe something was going to happen. I just let myself tumble around, but actually I kind of was jumping a little bit. And then my assumption from there is that, you know, obviously I would want to, if I'm doing the waist jump, I would want to get the sigil on his stomach first and not climb all the way up to his head. No, no, no. Dude, can you get back up on the sword, please? I mean, I kinda... yeah, I kinda lost my opportunity. Oh, okay. Oh, that was it? I gave up too early. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go and grab a different video. Because I'm trying to, like, infer the waist jump from the head jump video. And then I could just, like, look at the actual video. Let me really quick just zip through this video. Whoa, okay, well that was cool. That's the head jump though. Okay. I think this is the waist jump, so let's try this. Okay. Oh, I get it. I get it. Tic Tac, I think it's your video that I'm watching now. Yes, it is. I get it. Okay. I was belaboring under the understanding that you go straight from the sword to to his stomach where you can stab, and that was skipping the bracelet, but you actually stand on the bracelet. I feel so dumb. Yeah, no, Tic Tac, that's not your fault. That was just me not having enough time to review the videos before I, could you not? Could you not? Before I started this. Okay, so I'm gonna go and hang on the my left side of the sword until he, like, evens his sword out. And then I'm gonna jump over to his legs, and then he's gonna lower his arm, I'm gonna jump over to his arm, on top of the wristband. Alright, I'm gonna go just, like, right here. Wonder, could you stop, like, tumbling over air? He's not even moving. Okay, different strategy. Don't even climb on the sword. Well, at least I got an understanding of what makes him swing at me, which is already a huge improvement over how I used to play this game. I say as he just walks towards me. Thank you for stopping by, Unicorn. Have a good lurk. And have a good day. Okay, okay. I'm just gonna, like, go over here and, like, grab this. Okay? I'm here now. And he's gonna do all this swinging around. And when I have the chance, I'm gonna hop up here. I'm gonna hop. And I'm gonna go over. And I'm just gonna miss. We're getting there. We're getting there. We'll get this. And I'll practice this on my own, but... I mean, I guess technically... Well, probably not. Never mind. Ignore me. I don't know what I'm talking about. I've never speedrun this before. Yoink. Okay. Well. Yay! I flew somewhere. Okay. Okay. I did it! I did it! That was the most inelegant thing I've ever done, but I did it. Okay, I'm probably, like, supposed to go to his stomach right now, but for the sake of not falling off of him, I'm going to go to his head. Which is probably, as it turns out, a horrible idea, because wonder, why can't you climb anywhere? Okay, okay. Let's just get some stamina back. Like, this must look so janky to all of you who actually speedrun this. Don't do it, buddy. Did I actually, like, kind of have a plant there? Okay, okay, just don't let me fall. I just want to kill Gaius. That's all I've ever wanted, it turns out. Alright. Just chilling. Just, you know, dog paddling right in thin air. Sure. That wasn't even in the middle or anywhere near his citadel. Hey! Doorman. Mind your own business. Okay, so Gaius is gonna obviously be a practice target because I suck at Gaius no matter what, although this seems pretty good. Fall down, buddy. Yeehaw! This is just normal time attack. Because I'm just kind of whoa! I'm just kind of practicing. Yeah, Tic Tac, I have your basics video pulled up, but I didn't have time to, like, watch the whole thing. So I was just kind of going through, like, very vague brushstrokes about what things are supposed to look like, and then we'll work a little bit more on things like that. What? Why did my bot just catch New Game Plus and decide that was the bad thing? Sorry, Foxy. Thank you for the follow, Stocky. I appreciate it. Alright, so this is Phaedra. Let me real quick blast through the Phaedra part of the vidya. Okay. Alright, so we run up to Phaedra. Oh, you grab a leggy? Is that a leggy or is that a butt? Oh, that's a leggy. Cool. Yeah, okay. I can try to grab a leggy. Instead of a butt. Okay. Climb up some leggies. Got it. Uh-huh. Oh, and then it's the butt. Okay. Got it. Got it. Let's try. But yeah, I don't actually know, like, which, I'm assuming we're just doing, like, what I'm doing now? As far as, like, New Game Plus. Like, we're just doing New Game Plus. Or, wait. Are we doing New Game or New Game Plus for, the race? The noob race. Hey, buddy. Okay, okay, okay. Grabbing him leggy. I didn't. Oh, sure. No, no problem. I just, I was kind of wondering anyway. Oh, I was close. I feel like that was close. That was close. Let's be real. Oh, you don't want to do fast start. Okay, okay. But fast start looks cool. Could you, and you probably can, but can you not, like, fast start aggro, and then, like, whip him around and just fly onto his butt? Hey, look at that. Okay, well, you know, I had a thing. Where I was so close. I kind of went straight up in the air, even though I thought I went sideways. Yeah, you knew what I was talking about, Foxy. Whipping aggro around and just landing on his butt through the air. Have you seen the 60 jump? I have not. Is it, like, super fancy? Yeah, okay, that was bad. Was that not a thing? Is this even gonna work, just if I missed aggro? So close. I feel like that was a thing in the original, like, PS2. Could you not? Oh, maybe it was once he was already over the graves. You could just, like, zoom and fly up onto his butt cheeks. So I did it once, and apparently I'll never do it again. No! I was up there. Good aggro, buddy. I'm gonna need you to move a little bit. Yeah, there was no way that was gonna work. So the one on Argus is just to get you, like, onto his wristband or something, right? What am I doing? To try to just get to his hand to drop his sword, right? Oh, you don't even need to make him drop his sword. You can still just stab his sigil, I think. I kind of vaguely know a little bit about Shadow of the Colossus sometimes. Oh, leg to head, jeez. Well, I'm keeping the strats pretty babyish right now. That actually worked. Okay. No, no, no! Okay, I need to pay more attention to like when I can jump. I can't just spam jump as soon as I'm up there. Okay. Not the worst. You know, I just said don't spam jump, and then I literally just ran up and spam jump. Can I learn from my mistakes? No. Okay, so there's no, like, once I'm up there, there's no real rush to make the jump. Like the second jump. What? Okay, put him leggy on the ground. Eeh. I mean, I need a little bit of momentum to get up, but like the second one, I definitely need to be a little bit chill about. Okay, that's getting easier. Alright. Well, yes and no? Yes and no. I am places. What? Okay, you don't need momentum, really? Okay, that was just bad on my part. Thank you, Moose. Have a good day. Okay, okay. I was gonna be so excited if I grabbed anything from that. Shadow of them leggies. I need him's leggies. And him's leggies is being bad. Okay, I've lost my touch. My newbie touch. Oh, horse tendies. Okay, I wanna kill each Colossus once if I can. That was just awful. And like obviously I'm just barely learning, so I'll look at what I did. Look at, you know, Tic Tac and everybody's videos in more detail now that I have time, because I'm going in for like minor surgery tomorrow, so I'll have time to actually sit down and watch the videos. This week has been really hectic. Wow, maybe I like shouldn't move the camera, because I feel like I'm further back than I actually am if I move the camera. I can do it. I know that I can do it. I just might take 50 more tries. Well, you know, I didn't really expect for that to actually... I don't want to be at this angle, though. Thank you. Okay. 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 Now I'm gonna wait for him to, like, take a step, and for me to feel good about it. Okay. Ha! Yeah! I don't really have much stamina though, but it's fine because he's basically just like Trico at this point. He's just, you just stand on him, don't do it. Don't do it. Buddy. Buddy. I'll go stand on him's leggies. So I know there's totally a way to like either not do this or do it just barely, but I was mostly focused on the leggy thing. Are you not gonna? Okay, well. Kinda thought that was enough to make him lower his head. Turns out it wasn't. Buddy. Buddy, I'm gonna stab you in the neck, and you're just gonna have to be okay with that. Oh, hold the button. Y'all keep telling me this, and I keep forgetting. Alright. Yeah, hold the button. Hold the button. Hold the button. Zoom. Yeah. Zoom. No. Zoom it, Wander. Yeah. And, baby step. Got it! One way or another, I got it. And aggro was like, nope. Oh, just slash. That would have been a thing, I guess. Instead of doing the little stabby. Oh, so it gets... If you do that the right way, then it doesn't have that little, like, baby stab on the head. That's cool. I guess that makes sense, because it would take away some of its health, right? I mean, I can try out different things and see which one, like, feels like it makes sense to me. Oh god, Avion? We're on Avion, aren't we? Okay, there's probably strats for Avion, but realistically, I'm not gonna be, like, too bad off if I just do Avion the intended way, right? Like, it's not gonna be the worst. Let me zip through the video real quick. Okay. So, you get onto its wingdings. Uh-huh. Whoa, okay, hold on, the video skipped. Because I used to be able to do a thing where you dropped from one wing to another, and I'm imagining that's what's going to be the thing. But that seems spooky and really punishing if you fail. So for a newbie, I feel like maybe I shouldn't do that. Let's see. Yeah, I feel like for right now, maybe I'll just do Avion like you're supposed to. Yeah, just chill and walk around your flying taxi. Okay. So in that case, I don't need to practice Avion, at least not right now. So Barba. Horse tendies to chicken tendies. Alright, so Barba. The way that I fight Barba is I just book it really fast along all the things. And then he doesn't catch me. And then I shoot him with an arrow. And then he looks down and I climb up his beard and stab him in the face. Is that not correct? Let's check out this video real quick. Oh, his hand. What? You just hop up onto his hand from the beginning? Oh. This is a thing. Okay. Alright, and then from his hand, you go up onto his wrist. Uh-huh. And then suddenly you're on his face. What happened? Alright, let me just, like, watch this. Good. Are you... Barba strat isn't too bad. Okay. I'll try it if it's, like, not, you know, the White Tower of Shadow of the Colossus speedrunning. Okay, let me watch it again before I start here. Because, okay, sure, you hop up onto his hand and everything, and I get that. Does he always look towards you like that? Oh, jeez. Okay. Okay. Right. So you literally just run over here, and you grab his little fluffies. I didn't do it, but that's what's supposed to happen. Alright, grab the fluffers. Fluffers. Am I hitting the grab button? This is the grab button, right? I shouldn't be having that question. Okay, alright, try again. I see I see the fluffy bits that I'm supposed to grab. But somehow I'm not anywhere near the fluffy bits. Oh, jump onto the fingies! Okay. Fingies! Fluffies! Nailed it! Oops. Okay, I'm assuming I can climb this bit, but I'm also assuming that if I don't do this at the right cadence... Oh, is that not what I can grab? I thought I could just climb up this. I'm assuming if I don't do this at the right... Whoops! Cadence, that he won't, like, turn his head the right way. Alright, hold on. Oh, wait for the stomp. Okay. Okay. Closer to the thumb. Oh. Okay. Okay. I'm learning things. Eesh. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I messed it up. I actually kind of like was where I needed to be. And then I just kept jumping. But like, once I'm there, pause please. Once I'm actually like on his arm and just standing there and not holding things, I just jump. And then the physics of him will, like, move me onto his face. Thank you, Stucky. I'll give Morty a treat here in just a second. Basically, okay. Okay, I'll give it a try here. That, I feel like, was not what was supposed to happen, so let's just try that again. Alright, Stompy. Well, I wanted to try to grab his fur anyway. Hold on till he does the arm movement, then let go, run forward, and jump. Yeah, I mean, that's what it looked like in the video. Why can't I even, like, make it into his hand anymore? Boy. I say anymore like I've done this more than 5 times. Okay, okay. We're up here again. Oh, somehow I've made it up here. Okay, okay. Whoo! I didn't do it, but I tried. Little earlier, okay. Okay, so what I'm learning is that I need to be in the air by the time he stomps, or I'm just gonna fall down like that. Yeah, it looks like it's just real quick you stand, and then you do a little run jump thing, and then suddenly his face is just like there. Oh, that was kind of a weird place to be. Alright, buddy. Alright, buddy. Okay, okay. I feel like I know what happened there, and I know why it didn't work, so... Okay, when he shakes his arm, you'll see Wonder Flop, and that's when you run. Okay. Okay, and he'll get stuck in that animation, so I have plenty of time to get up onto the wristband. I don't know about, like, stamina or anything after that point, but... Alright, so I'm up here. Wonder Flops. Whoopsie. Well, Wonder Flops a lot. Like, the first flop, I imagine. Okay, okay, okay. It is amazing to me that y'all do this, like, on the reg. But I guess I mean, other people probably think the same thing about The Last Guardian. I guess. Okay. That was close. That was probably... Oh, well, now I'm here. So, I guess try again. Jump! Oh, I kind of did it! This seems like a horrible place to be. I kind of did it. Oh, dude, I was kind of in the middle of something, and then you just went and triggered a cutscene like a butthead. Hold the stabby button. You'd think that after all y'all telling me this, and me literally talking about it, I would do it while I'm talking about it. Okay. I don't want to have to fight Barba 6 times, so I'm gonna get back some stamina. Hold the charge button, you dumbhead. Why is this so hard for me to remember? Okay, that one's dead. It might have been dead previously. Oh god, is his sigil on the right or the left? No, no, no. No, no. Okay, it's on the left. No. No. Shaky boy. Calm thyself. My hands are so sweaty. No, no, no. Okay, okay. Stamina might be a problem. I should have just stabbed. Should have just stabbed. Stab. He's dead. Yes. Nice plant. I feel like that was a little bit of sarcasm. Alright, while this is loading up, Stocky, I'm gonna go give Morty the treats that you just cashed in. And I'm also gonna just, like, take a quick stretch break, since it's been a while now that I've been sitting. Give me just, like, 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I did a quick little lap around the house, get my blood flow going again. Okay. What do you mean, Foxy? Why do you have to why do you have to do things you're paid to do when you could just watch streams all day? Okay, so next one. Alright, don't tell me. Colossus number 7. Who comes after Barba? The water one? Hydrus? That's totally him, right? Water Schneck? So, Foxy, did you not say that Hydrus is actually a lot different in the time attack? Because if so, I'll practice him like during an actual like run, you know? Fish. Electric fish, huh? Okay, yeah, I'll do Hydrus some other time. So now this is Celosia, I think. No, this is Kuromori. I like Kuromori. Let's do Kuromori. Is there really a faster way to kill Kuromori besides just like shoot him down and then stab him? Alright, Hydrus, blah blah, Kuro. Okay. Let's just real quick check Kuromori's little vidya. Yeah, so you literally just, I think, right? You just go in and whistle for him. Yeah, so you whistle for him, and then you run downstairs, and then you'll be able to shoot up at him's leggies. And you just knock him down. Oh, do you have to do like a plunging thing, though? Alright, so you knock him down. And apparently you very gracefully land on his neck. And then you just stab. And then I imagine that he dies. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Sure. Whistle straight away, run down one set of stairs, shoot Kuro on the wall. All the leggies. Lizard leggies. Everybody's leggies. For sure, Shadow Tash. Thanks for stopping by. Get lots of sleep so that you know, recover as fast as you can. Oh, did Morty yawn? I didn't notice. Okay. Okay, okay. So if I equip my bow here, I'm not gonna still start with my bow once we go in, right? Because that would obviously be helpful. Alright, so we skip. Oh, what's the whistle button? This, right? This is whistle? Yeah, okay. Good. And then we just, like, go downstairs. And we just, like, you gotta go down real fast. And then he comes up. And you stop, buddy. Stop, buddy. No! Well, I can kind of see him's leggies. Boy, I wish that I wasn't hitting that wall. Hi, buddy. Do you have another foot? Did his first foot heal? Are you kidding? Hey, fall down, big lizard friend. Whoa. Well, that's one way to get down. I need a sword. Sword, please. Nope. Wrong button. Wrong button. Hold the... I know what I'm doing. Can you tell? Alright, surely that's enough for that sigil. Oh, and I didn't hold the thingy. Is he seriously gonna stay down and let me kill him? Are you kidding? That was the worst! Poor buddy! My lizard friend is just like the worst Colossus. Okay, so that was him. Next one is Bazran. Is that right? Yeah, that looks like his face. Alright. I got the impression that y'all think this one is kind of hard. So let me Oh, geez. People are drawing lines on the screen. This seems bad. Okay, so it's another leg launch. Or I could probably just fight him like normal. Okay, so... yeah. Might just want to skip for now? Okay. Because, like I said, this is for the noob race. Like, I don't need to be great at these. I just need to be... I need to not be playing the game as intended. I need to do, like, one or two things that are a little bit faster. So, next, that was number 9, right? So the number 10 is... why don't I know who number 10 is? Dirge? Is that Dirge? Yeah, it's totally Dirge. Okay. Argus first? Okay. Do you say Argus first, like, for the sake of learning how to do the leg launch, or because if you had to pick between doing Argus and doing Bassarin, Argus saves more time? Or both, I guess. Alright, so let me check out Dirge real quick, since we're not doing Basarian. Basarios. From my Monster Hunter peeps. Okay, so Dirge, he's having a good day. He's being a sand schnick. Alright, so we run towards him, past that side of the rock. Uh-huh. And then we turn around. Okay. Sure. I mean, it can't be that much longer to actually just, like, fight Dirge. However, you know, this is probably just the fastest way to get to his eyeball. Alright, shoot him in the eyeball. Launch yourself with aggro. And stab. Obviously I don't have audio, so I'm sure I'm missing lots of helpful tips in this video. Alright. So you can get him in one cycle, I guess. It appears. Yeah, might as well 2-cycle Dirge. Okay. Okay. Yeah, before you enter the fight, can you do the bow thing I mentioned? Sure. What does it do? Does it just, like... like, I literally just do this and then enter the fight? Okay. Do this. Yeah. Small circle. Uh-huh. I see the small circle. That's a half stab. Okay. Got it. Oh, because it's not going to be there in a minute is what you're saying. So I should gauge where it is so that when it goes away, I still know where it is. Okay. Sure. Okay. So then... yeah, sure. 1 full stab, 1 half stab, 1 90% stab. I thought, Foxy, that you were going to say something like, you know, once you charge your bow like this, it'll come in and you draw it and it's fully charged or something. Oh, Morty found his other snack. Okay. Alright, got the bow. Got aggro, going where he needs to go. And then we turn around this way and oh god. That was not how that was supposed to go. Okay, that seemed a bit better there. Did that actually hit him in the eyeball? Really? Go, aggro. Go, buddy. Go, go, go. Well, I guess don't go that fast. Actually, slow down a bit. Because it seems like, yeah. Whee! Okay. Whoopsie. Well, I messed all that up. Alright, let me try to... I tried to compensate a little bit there, but it's still here. It's still here? Oh boy. Turns out I suck at this. Bye, Dirge. Sorry, buddy, I didn't give you the speedrunning strat you deserved. So what happened there was in the middle of my stab, I realized that I wasn't doing the holding the button like I was supposed to. And so I tried to like start doing it and instead it made me stab because I didn't think ahead and I'm a dumbhead. So that messed up the whole like ratio. Oh, don't hold stabs for this? Okay. Okay. I'm totally not even paying attention to where Dirge is. Hi, buddy. What? Shoot him in the eyeball, please. Could you not wonder, though, and say that you did, please? I'm gonna need a sword. I mean, if I'm doing Dirge, like, 2-cycle, I imagine that I can probably just hold them, you know, just to make sure that I get him, but... Okay, well... So Dirge is something that I can try to do, you know, like the good way, and then if I don't, it's not really that bad. Especially for being like a newbie. Yeah, the 1 cycle is always worth going for, right? But it's not like if you miss it, you might as well restart or something. Okay, so that was Dirge. Is this Pelagia? Are we already at oh no, we're at Celosia. Okay. Now, let's be real. I am expecting, prior to having looked at this, that I'm gonna have to do that thing where you just get him to charge off the end, like without the torch or whatever, and then you like fall down and stab him while you're falling. Did that make any sense? Alright, so let's see. We're here with Celosia. I mean, this is going to get a torch, I guess. I thought you could do it without the torch. Maybe I'm just making that up. But let me be real. Can someone, like, clarify what button grabs the torch? Because I remember having a hard time with that in my casual playthrough. I just could not find the freaking button that picked up the torch. Okay, so we go over to the second torch and then hop up. And then he charges off and we fall. Okay, so you don't do the thing where you like fly through the air and stab down at him? Maybe you do. Maybe I just haven't gotten there yet. Oh, no, I see. You're just down on the ground with him. Okay. Or her. You know, could be her. Okay. 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 Should be the pray button. Okay, well then let's figure that out. Like, that's just what I've been doing. I've been praying to these. So... Okay, okay. Alright. This is another one that doesn't seem like it would be the worst if I just did it, like, the way that it would normally be done. No, let me around the back. Oh, well, I wanted to jump during that, but I couldn't get around the back. This is probably gonna be bad. Hey, hey! Oh god. I'm gonna restart that. I thought that I had grabbed it. Probably should have an empty hand. Yeah, the most important part is getting the plant right. I'm a little concerned about that, not gonna lie, because that has always been a problem that I felt was happening during this fight. How do I switch to my hand? Nope. Alright, alright, alright. Hoi! Boy, how do you tell when Colossus is going to charge? Right now, turns out. I'm standing on him. I do not want to be standing on him. Oh no. Grab the yes. Help. So I don't actually need to like light this on fire or anything, right? Hey buddy. I think this is what I'm supposed to do. Just come at me, bro. Oh, he's afraid. Don't be afraid, buddy. Come at me, bro. Oh, but then he didn't come over. Oh. Grab, re-grab. Okay, okay. Oh, you gotta drop it and pick it up. Okay. Okay. I love that you all in chat are just like, no, 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 and then I just do the thing anyway. That seemed like it was good. That seemed nice. Grab the thing. Grab the thing. Okay, okay, okay. Alright, so I go over here, and I drop it, and then I pick it up. Uh-huh. Great. Cool. Did it do it? He's afraid of me. Alright, buddy. Oh, just keep doing it. Okay, okay. To be honest, I'm not gonna begrudge like a little bit of work on this Colossus anyway. Because I'm not great at this even casually. Don't hurt me. Jump, please. Okay, okay. I go over here. And I drop it. Pick it up. Pick it up. Drop it. Keep picking it up. There we go. Where the heck am I? Oh, I'm above him. Okay, okay, okay. Just grab him. Just get on him. Just grab him. Oh god, grab him. Oh no, this is bad. Yeah, boy, he's really peeling out here, isn't he? Does he always run like that? Surely he never runs like that, right? Okay, but buddy, would you let me draw my sword though? Okay, okay. So I need, you said that I needed, how about, oh, really? Really? The tree? Alright, buddy, you and I are gonna go for a little dance here. Alright? Because I feel like I can totally get on you if I just try hard enough. Alright. Yeah! Have I lost my opportunity to plant once he moves? That was the best Celosia I'm sure you've ever seen. A 10 out of 10, thanks. Oh, jeez. Okay, so what I learned that I didn't do, I need to drop the torch once I'm on the ground, but before he gets up so that I can actually, like, have my sword. And then I go down, and then I grab, and then I grab. And then I should plant, and then I should be fine. You have a lot of time to jump on him? Okay, because I had the impression that I didn't. You know, that it was going to be, like, really fast. Who are you? Pelagia? Yeah, that's Pelagia, isn't it? Okay, and you don't have to be directly on a sigil? Okay. Yeah, JK, that I tried to do that before, and I thought that it would be, like, an insta-kill or pretty close, and I just completely missed the last time I tried to do that. Okay. So I gotta, like, spam, drop, and pick up the torch, and hopefully that'll trigger the cutscene, and then he knocks me down, and I drop the torch so that I can have my sword, and then I jump down, and grab, and then I should have the plant, and then I stab him, and he falls down. Okay. Okay, now, let me real quick check out how this guy works, because I'm a little intimidated by how you could possibly speedrun this guy. I'm imagining you just trick him to get close to the thingy, and then jump on his face. Although there was a way for me to swim around and just climb on his back, I remember that. Okay. I'm watching it in slow motion. Do a jump. Grab his face. He's very upset about it. And I mean, sure, it looks like there's a launch to his back. I can probably kind of worry about that a little bit less than just getting on his face for right now. Okay, and then I take him over to a little thingy, and okay, so you do still have to do the thing where you trick him onto a thing to stand up. I guess there's no way around that, right? Because that's the only time that he shows his stomach. Alright, so then you do some stabs. Can you one-cycle him? So yeah, you totally can one-cycle him, apparently. Wait, shoot him in the face and then wait until he jumps onto the platform. That's an option? Okay. Hi, Ninja! How you doing today? We are currently learning a little bit of Shadow of the Colossus speedrunning, which I've never done before. Oh. Oh, I see. But it's not like, JK, it's not like he'll actually just jump up and show his stomach. Right. Hey, buddy. Because right there, I guess, was where you jump. Before. Is he gonna... Yeah, he's totally gonna shoot me right in the face. Oh, well, I kind of should have been standing next to the water. Dingleberry. Okay, well, that also works. Buddy, can you move your arms? I can't climb. Alright. Alright. Cool. Well, he's kind of going there on his own. Dude, I'm gonna need you to go, yeah, that way. The way you're going, that is correct. Don't you dare. Hey, buddy. Hello. Alright, now before we continue here, I've never seen this side of the Last Guardian. So, once I have him up here and I'm on his belly, is there any sort of, like, don't do charge stabs or only stab 50% or whatever to make sure that I one-cycle him, or is it just literally be fast? Yes, of course there is. One full charge. Okay. Oh god, 90%. Okay, okay. But if it's this easy to get up here, this seems like it's fine to practice. Yeah, I had no idea he could get on the platform either. Okay, so one full charge, 90% charge. Don't hold stab for either of them, or just don't hold stab for the 90? We're all learning things today. Yeah, this has been a learning stream. It's also been kind of a trashy Last Guardian stream, but, you know. For real, Stocky, like, I didn't know he could hop up there either. That seems so much easier. I would always swim over to the other one and, you know, go underwater and he'd be shooting at me and all of that stuff. Okay, okay. One full charge, 90-ish% charge, and then just full stabs. Okay. I'll do my best. Wait, should I do a fully charged stab on the first one? And it's just the 90-ish one that doesn't get the... That's also true. Why the 90% on the second one and not like later? I'm sure there's a reason. Okay, okay. I got it. I got it. Well, I mean, I say I got it in my brain. That doesn't mean it's actually gonna happen. Buddy, are you gonna hop up here? Or are we just gonna dance for a while? Ahem! Hi! Would you like to join me on the platform of destiny? Go present yourself. Okay, okay. Hop! I'm in the water! Why? All of that lead up. Alright, I'll get back on the top. Uh-oh. Hey, buddy. Hey. Hey, look at me. Hey. Come here. Hey. Hey, bud. Okay, fine. I'll just... We we did all that lead up about what kind of stabs I should do, and then I just didn't even make it onto his stomach for some reason. Alright. Okay, okay, buddy. Over here. This is the one that we're going to. Don't shoot me. Okay. Hi. Alright, this is the grab button, right? Yeah, it sure was. Okay, okay. Full stab. Stab. Mostly full stab. Full stab. No, don't leave. Don't leave. Purr. No. Where's his back? Where's his back? I want to like swim and be on his back. I'm probably just like inside of his what? Okay. Swimming underwater is faster, right, than swimming above water. Buddy, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Could you not wonder? Because there's no way that I'm leading him to another one of those things. You know, like, I'm just gonna climb up onto his back. Hey, how you been? Sorry, I'm like mostly focused on... What are you doing? Oh, you're shaking your little head in the water. How about you stop? I am gonna be so far behind everybody else in the race. Alright, buddy. It's you and me now. I can't mess this up. All I have to do is stab you once in any sort of configuration, and you will die. And I nearly didn't make that jump, so there's that. Okay, alright. Whoa, that was really high, but you know. And a stab. Well, he's dead. It wasn't good. He's thirsty. Okay, I could obviously, like, get a lot better at him with a little bit of practice. That was just the first time I ever tried to do that specific configuration of stabs, so... Oh, I did remember reading that if you just, like, try to do it with the hand instead, it's faster. So, I mean, that's a good point as well. Okay, so that was him. I lost track of which number we're on. Oh, Phalanx already? Okay. So, Phalanx, as I understand, it does matter, like, what level stab you do, or else he's gonna close his little flappy things. Right. And Phalanx is definitely one that I want to try to get right with practice, because obviously chasing... Like, waiting for Phalanx to go back in the dirt and then coming back out and chasing him around and stuff takes a long time. So... Okay, so I'm just watching real quick. I'm watching this video on Phalanx. But it looks like you just... Boy, you shoot him like straight from the beginning before you even get on aggro. Okay. And so we do like a... Oh, like jump stabs? That's a thing. So apparently we got some jump stabs to think about. Because if I'm understanding right, if you do the stabs right, he won't do like the barrel roll and he won't close his flappies. Yeah, how do people find these things, right? Okay, so as long as you don't do 2 full stabs on the first 2, he won't close his dinglers. Alright, I mean, I'll give it a go. My bow, please. He should be like right above me, right? Oh god. Oh, I didn't hit that first one, really? Oh, that sucks. Aggro. Aggro. We got some extra work to do, dude. He's supposed to be down already. Oh, he had butt ones. I forgot about his butt ones. That one's on me. Well, it's all on me. I'm the one playing. Would those things just explode, please? Shoot the balloons. Boy, I have never been that bad at killing those. Okay, let's pretend that that didn't happen. But we're just gonna focus on the stabby bits. Alright, hold on, aggro. I didn't want to get ahead of him with aggro, so I slowed him down. It's probably bad that I'm on the second one instead of the first one. But, oh boy. Oh boy. I can probably just stand like that. Okay, so just don't do 2 full stabs, you say. Like, do anything else. Is that enough to kill that sigil, though? That was. But he's getting all rolly. Don't roll, buddy. Is he supposed to still roll, though? Like, did I do that wrong and that's why he rolled? Because now he's probably going to close these, right? Oh, you don't want to kill it. I see. I thought that all the sigils had to die. Okay. 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 Okay, I get it. I get it. So we do 2, like, pretty meh, but okay stabs on him on the first 2. And then, I was gonna say, how did that not hit that? And then, you kill him on the 3rd one. I didn't get the last ones, no! I really thought that I got that final little jiggly bit. That's okay. We're still learning. Really? Really? That was a bad shot. That one was fine. Oh, I don't want to come up on the side. Okay, good. Yeah. Okay, good. I'm on the side, which doesn't seem great, but, you know, we're up here. Okay, okay. So one full stab. And then don't kill it. Don't kill it. And don't... That wasn't 90%. I hope that that's okay. Oh god. That wasn't 90% at all. Eesh, 90%. Where am I? Oh, where am I? Help. Camera, what are you trying to do here? No. No. No! Don't. I don't think that's gonna kill him. Oh, I don't think it's gonna kill him. Oh, no! And this one's dead. No! I could shoot him from his back. I could shoot him in one of the sigils. Don't leave without me, buddy! Don't do it! Oh, don't do it! Oh, just one stab! No, just stab him! Just get him! I was so close. I genuinely think that if I would have just tried to shoot ahead and hit him with an arrow, I probably could have killed him. But that's alright. I like... Excuse you. That was like a middle finger. Hi, aggro. I really like this fight, so I don't mind taking him down again. Yeah, that's true. Like, I could have done more on the second one because I knew that the first one wasn't 90% for the second stab. So... Phalanx. Doesn't he usually come out, like, over there? If I knew where he was coming out, you can just get his little booglers right as he comes out of the ground. So literally just a stab to any of them will kill him. Well, that was the closest I've really ever been to one-cycling him, so... I'm just gonna wait. Let's just be safe. Stab. Oh, so you can't just, like, kill a Colossus, like, the final hit has to be a sword. You can't just do it with an arrow. I'm so sorry, buddy. I love you so much. Finally, it can be harpoons, huh? I've literally never used the harpoons for anything in this game. Like, the only reason that I played the time attack was for the explosive arrows, because they sound awesome. Okay, so next should be... Okay, y'all are Shadow the Colossus speedrunners. Solve this, controversy for me. Cenobia is a what? A boar? A lion? Please discuss while I watch the strat video. Okay, hold on. Okay, so we've got Cenobia. Eventually. Come on. Alright. So we run. You don't do any of the things that I'm used to doing. Okay. Into the water. Okay. Around the right. This seems faster. What on earth was that jump? What was that jump? Okay, so we do a wicked insane jump onto the basically final platform. Maybe it's easier than it looks, but okay. Hop over there. Onto the top. Alright, so that part at least I used to do, I think. You crouch on the top of the platform and then, like, jump or whatever as soon as it comes down, I'm assuming. Because Cenobia is one of my favorite Colossi. I really, really like him. And I think a lot of people don't. Yeah, you just jump. Okay. Okay. Cenobia is a longer fight, so just give me a minute to look through this little strat thing. So sure, falls down. You fall down with him, and then you hop onto his back. Okay. Oh, you're on 60, you can't do that jump? Oh, that's sad. Thanks for stopping by, Stocky. I appreciate it. Okay. So, since I don't have Tic Tac's video at the moment, we're gonna skip Cenobia and go to Argus. So you're telling me that there's a leggy jump on Argus. Oh jeez, it's 3 o'clock? How long have I been streaming? 5.5 hours? Oh, I'm almost done. Alright, Argus. 2 leggy jumps. Oh, good. Okay. So first leggy jump right at the beginning, it looks like. You run towards Argus and you just hop onto his leg. Okay, that makes sense. Hop up onto his leggy. Yeah, sure. Okay, and then you do another leggy jump. Got it. Oh god, what was that? You just go straight to his head. How? Okay. Let's just take this one step at a time. Alright, so you stand here. Sure. And he takes a step. That's not what he's supposed to do. Why did he do that instead of... Do I need to, like, move a little bit this way to make him do it on this leg? Yeah, okay. Alright. That makes sense to me. No problem. And then he, like, stands up, and then he, like, takes a step, and then I thought, yep, okay. Okay. Great. Sure. Now what? How does this jump actually work? Well, that was an attempt. That was my attempt at what I thought maybe a jump could be. Because from here, like, obviously I can get to his hand. One would think. If you shout yeet, it comes out automatically. Alright, well, I got it to work when this happened, so that's fine with me. Okay, I'm up here again. But from here, how on earth do I get up to his head? Oopsie. Let me, like, watch the little video thing again. All y'all who are Shadow of the Colossus runners in chat, I appreciate you so much. Because, like, I'm literally just doing this practice so that I don't completely embarrass myself with the newbie race. But still, you know. Okay, so you're just hanging there, and then you just, like, fly through the air. Okay, you do it all in the first step. Okay. I don't know why I'm watching this. Okay. Stomp on me, buddy. Alright, and then you just kind of like hang out, like right here. Oopsie, that was just me being a dum-dum. I feel like that was the important part. When he lifted his thigh up like that, I feel like that was what was supposed to launch me into the air. Okay, hold on. So, yeah, he takes that first step. You're in the middle, kind of a jump to get to his thigh. And then you get up to his thigh by his grundle, as we call it in my household. And then you're just, like, on his head. Side jump after that to the left. Sure, okay. Because, yeah, I read you all saying that you needed to charge a jump, and that was how I got up there, so that very obviously worked. Eh. No. Whoopsie. Oh, pooped it. I messed it up. I accidentally let go of the triangle button. And the side jump is what will eventually just, like, launch you into the air by the force of him bringing his thigh up, I guess, right? That seems very forgiving. the worst, right? It felt like that was what I was supposed to do. It just didn't work because I didn't do it well enough, but it felt like that was the thing I was supposed to do. Does it matter, like, where down here I am? I see most people are, like, basically right here, so I guess that's... Whoopsie. If I do something like that, do I have the chance to... I guess so. To try again, I was gonna say, but, like, clearly that was putting me kind of towards his head, so... Okay. Just need to time your side jump better? Okay. And then once I'm in the air, can I just, like, will I land on his head? Or is it, like, you know, once you're in the air, you need to, like, jam sideways or something? You know? It's like there. Baby steps. It's like a little baby version of what I'm trying to do. I feel like this should be a thing. Whoopsie. I might practice this off stream because I get it. I need to figure out when to do it. Okay, let's not do that. Wait a little longer. Okay. To jump to the thigh. Okay. So basically not, like, at my first opportunity, right? That I feel like was a little bit too long. Yeah, I was looking at the other leg and that kind of indicated to me that it was too long that time because I think I should be doing it while he's still taking the first step, right? Like, not... I was too late, you know? Oh, yes! Oh, that was so close! I almost did it! Can I just point out that, like, Argus is my least favorite Colossus, and of course he would have something like this? Oh, I'm getting so much closer. I'm just, like, under his face now instead of, like, to the side, so I can't grab anything. Oops. There's, like, so much time to do that. Whoa! Oh no, I almost had it! That was, like, the best so far! Okay, okay, it's coming together. It's coming together. Now... Once... Buddy. Roll over left one, you'll be in the right spot. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you, Foxy. Now, once I'm up there, for now, my assumption is that I should just, then fall down his arm and probably just do it like I'm supposed to, right? Where I stab him and make him drop the doohickey. Oops, that was not good. Because I remember, like, playing this casually, I knew that you could stab his sigil without making him drop his sword. But whenever I tried it, I couldn't get it to work. So I don't know how hard it actually is, you know? Give me his head. Ah! I thought I had it. Head! Yes! Yes! I know nothing beyond this point. I don't know how to get a plant. I don't know if I should do full stabs. Oh, help. I'm up here, though, so I can always just go stand back, like, on his shoulders. Okay. It's this hand. Alright, let me take a break real quick. Oh, so you can't get him to drop his sword if he hasn't, like, done the scripted things he's supposed to do. Okay, so I do just, like, straight up need to drop down to his hand. Let me watch, like, how you do that. Because I remember this guy being a nightmare for moving down onto his hand. Okay, stab, stab, stab. Good. Okay, so you're down on his chest. Does he have a sigil on his chest? He doesn't, right? Oh, you would just have to completely drop down. I thought you could climb down his arm. Oh, I don't like the look of this. Wait. Let me just, like, straight up watch this. He's on his chest. Drops straight. Do you have a second chance to get into his hand? If you don't get into his hand here? Like, once you drop? Oh, jeez. Okay. Hand first, it's really not that hard. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm just catching up with chat real quick. Okay, so I'm gonna try to do... That was my stomach. I'm going to try to do what I see in the video, which I'm 95% sure is not going to work because I am not a speedrunner of this game. But, you know, it's the reference that I have, so... The person is on his chest, and then he falls down, and then you're supposed to just, like, hop into his hand from here. Which is looking basically like it's impossible because it didn't hang as low as it, you know, was supposed to or whatever. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it seems like that is super risky. So in that case, I'll look up a more... Yeah, at that point you're better off just trying to drop to the wrist. Yeah, that makes sense. So I'll look at... Oh, you can hear my stomach. I'll look at more updated strats for, like, how to do the launch onto his hand, because I don't know that, although, you know, I'm gonna mess around for a minute. Excuse me, buddy. Can you, like, smash me with your foot? Thank you. Well, no, not quite like that, but like you did at the beginning, Dingleberry. Hey. Hey. Stupid monkey man. You're my least favorite Colossus for a reason, doofus. With the other one? Yeah, so if I can get him to do that with his other leg, I can probably reach that thing again. Which I imagine is the strategy. Alright, buddy. I'm just gonna run around for a second and see if I can figure this out. Yeah. No, 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 no. No! Yes. Okay. What are the odds? Like, that's probably just how you do it, right? Or pretty close? Like, I want to get to his little arm band. And I don't know how to do it from here. Oh, there's a spot to the left of me that I could probably grab. Argus, stop walking, you chungus. Okay. Okay. Please grab Wonder. Wonder, grab. Grab Wonder, please. Why can't I grab his fur? Oh, jeez. So that has always been my problem when trying to get into Argus's hand. Because I've always known that you can get into Argus's hand. But I've never been able to get Wonder to grab the fur. He just stands on his fingertips. So I usually try to like jump into the air to get him to grab something, and then he grabs the wristband. So I got over there, but I don't know. But yeah, for sure, it definitely seems like it's worth it to do the hand first. And since I don't know what I'm doing, I'm going to do this. I know, Dorman. I know. Don't tell me what to do. I did do that on purpose. Not like to toot my own horn, but I felt pretty special there. See, I just want the fur. And I can't get the fur. Yeet! Just let me have the fur. No worries, Ruby. I appreciate you stopping by. We are just having one heck of a time trying to learn the very basics of what I'm supposed to do at Argus. I'm just trying to grab the fur. Dog. Okay. Yeah, Argus is my least favorite Colossus, so it doesn't surprise me at all that he's this challenging. Okay, so real quick. Malice is the only one left after Argus. How hard is the strat for Malice? For just a newbie? Is there like a newbie strat that can get me to the top of his head? And how hard is it to do? Okay, because the dog really has to go out, but I might be able to learn Malice real quick if I just, like, try. Hey, Ness! Thanks for the, good luck. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, I wanted to make it through the Colossi. Like, each one. For the most part, except for the ones that I knew ahead of time. Does anybody have a link to... Well, Foxy, you probably do. To the Foxy strat for Malice? Because the one that I'm looking at is, I think, pretty dated. But I would like to not fight Malice entirely. The one that I'm looking at, you run forward. Apparently he shoots at you and somehow doesn't hit you. And you literally just keep running forward. Oh, jeez. He's shooting everywhere, and he's not hitting you, is what I'm seeing. How are you doing this? Oh, sorry, Foxy. Permit. There. Okay. I'll take a look at that. But thank you. So this looks roughly the same. You're basically just running directly at him. Okay. You're running. Uh-huh. Oh, jeez. This probably seems way more intimidating than it actually is. And I'm seeing you do, like, whistles, and, like, sometimes you roll and sometimes you don't. Are all of those intentional, or are those more just, like, flavor to help you go a little bit faster? Like, will he hit you if you don't do those things? Okay, the first roll is intentional. Okay. Because then after that... Like, I don't think I'm going to actually be able to learn Malice on stream because the dog is getting pretty desperate. And it's also 3:30 here. And I need to make dinner. But I can at least ask you questions while you're all still here. Because now you're just climbing Malice, and that seems, like, pretty normal. Oh. Fancy. You just jumped straight to his arm. And then straight to his head. Okay. Okay. Well, to his chest, whatever. That makes sense. Okay. Thank you for that, Foxy. I appreciate that. And thank you so much, Wondering Riku, for your follow. I appreciate it. Foxy, you have permission to post links. Why is Nightbot getting after you? But yeah, okay. So I see what to do with Malice. I'm not gonna have time to learn it because the dog is staring soulfully into my eyes. But boy, I have to practice Argus. Like, I really don't want to have to solve Argus the normal way. I know it's just a noob race and I can do whatever I want, but I'd like to be like a little bit of something, you know? So anyway, thank you so much, everybody, for everything that you've been teaching me. This was so much easier because all of you were here. This would have gone so much worse if I didn't have you, like, to help me. So I really do appreciate it. But I might do another one of these after I do a little bit more practice on my own. Hopefully I'll be a little bit better next time. You know, I won't just be a complete beginner. And hopefully I can get a little bit better. But at the same time, I don't want to practice too much because it is still like a newbie race, and I do just want to, you know, give it my best as a complete beginner. So I don't want to practice too awful much. But, that being said, this might be the longest stream that I've done in the last year. 6 hours. We did Last Guardian earlier, and then obviously Shadow of the Colossus here. But I can do it. I've already got some of the stuff down that we were practicing earlier, so. In the meantime, I really appreciate y'all so much. I got, like, more subs today than I have in any single day previous, and we're so close to the next emote slot. So thank you so much, everybody. Like, I did not expect that at all. I really appreciate it. So, I am going to... Let's see who's live. I want to throw you to somebody. Okay. I'm going to throw you to Conception, who is another staff member for No Glitches Allowed, the marathon that just ended. He's playing Harry Potter because that is the thing that he is really good at. So, it's actually a really fun game to watch. So, I'm going to toss you over there for a raid. Please say hi. Let him know that you're there and wish him good luck. And in the meantime, like I said, I appreciate you all so much. I can't overstate that enough. So, thank you. Just thank you. You guys are awesome. Y'all are awesome. I will be running Spyro tomorrow at a marathon, so I'll probably be live on this channel, but not in chat. In the meantime, have yourselves a wonderful day and a wonderful time until I see you next, whenever that might be. See you later, everybody.